Hello and welcome to the AstroPub. Welcome to the Office Hours live stream. Well, let's get to the office, shall we? My name is Paul Berserker01 Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of Twitch, and this is the Office Hours. This is a live stream where we talk nudes. Nudes. I'm gonna get demonetized instantly. News, lore, and more. So come on down and hang out, enjoy us. Are we live? Yeah, apparently we are. Hopefully I'm gonna have to edit that at the very beginning. Yeah, my brain is in the gutter apparently. I'm not gonna say that, Vastin. How y'all doing? He's getting spicy already. Give me lose. So I'm going to admit I already watched the ISC, and there's a couple of things that I'm going to definitely
New year comes the
kind of emphasize here, which is yeah. Yeah. So this is gonna sound not to be overtly negative about Star Citizen, but I'm gonna be a little critical of Star Citizen. So, you know, I know that really does drive people away from the channel. I'm not going to be, it's not super negative. It's just more of a kind of a lesson to learn, I think, because some people have already been making this mistake. And I'm not salty. It's not even salty at all. It's just more like what they said in terms of the new EVA system is that we're getting the change in positioning, giggity, with 3.22. So 3.23. So 3.23 is coming out with the change in positioning for EVA, which is good. It's cool. It looks nice. I like the changes. However, you will still have infinite EVA fuel, and you will not have any of the traversal features of like being able to like push off of and like traverse around ships. That's going to come later. And one of the things that a lot of people are saying, like, oh, all of this is coming in 3.23. No, it's not. Some of it is going to be coming later, and later could be in 3.24. or 4.0 or 4.5 or whatever. We don't know when the rest of that's going to come. CIG is just saying, trust me, it's coming after this. And I've heard that before many times. And usually it means once they worked out all the kinks of this part. So. Oh, a negative thing to say about Star Citizen, perish the thought. So, like, it's not bad, but I've already seen people, like, get confused by it. Because in all fairness, Jared did say that they were going to bring that out in the first 6 months of the game coming out. And he's right. But not all of it. And so, and that's the, when I say things like, be prepared for weasel words, that's what I mean. CIG will say something and imply that it's all of that thing, but in reality, it's part one of 3, or part 1 of 2, or part 1 of 7. So, like, technically they're right, because they never said all of it's coming in. They just said it's coming in. And I think that's a good thing to take away from this, is that, like, anything we see in 3.23 is going to be a part 1 of multiple parts. Yeah, tier 0, tier 1, tier 2, that kind of thing. They're not really these aren't really tiers anymore. It's just more like portions of the whole. Because we know that the traversal method, the traversal stuff is already in Squadron, and the I'd like to think that the EVA stuff, the EVA, non-infinite EVA fuel is already in Squadron. So these things already exist. It's just they didn't have the time to put them in the like 2 months they've had to work on it. Hey, Direwolf. That is the way it works, but that's not how it's implied. That's the problem, Jin. That's what I'm saying. The problem is that CIG often implies things that doesn't happen, or believes that people thinks that people can get the context. Yeah, we've always do a part 1 or tier 0 or tier 1 implementation, then we'll finish it up later. You should all know this. The problem is that they don't, because some people haven't been around that long. And unless you explicitly say it when you make those statements, it implies the entirety of what people see is coming in. So that's my negative section of this. Is just like, yeah, I knew this. I kind of feel justified about that.
Shinobi Trip _ just resubscribed for 12 months. One more year.
That entire year.
A watershed one.
Yeah, let's hope so. Thanks so much for that 1 year of support there, Shinobi. You're a very important pupper, very impressive pisser, very new pedestrian. You rocked. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. This is your fault. All right, let's go back to stream. It's kind of nice seeing more of the mini-map. Hopefully, we have more footage of that soon. Oh, yeah, for sure. Moral of the story, same old Star Citizen. Even the polished and unfinished features are still going to hit the PU, piecemeal, half-implemented, like always.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No, I'm not going to be playing for this stream. This is my kind of more talky part of the stream. We kind of look at the news, and look at the lore, and kind of updates, that kind of stuff. Still focused on Star Citizen, but not gameplay.
Puppy _1775 just resubscribed for 13 months.
Thank you so much, Pappy, for that 13 months of support. You're a very important pupper, very impressive pisser, very pedestrian. This is your father, user, and drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Hey, Jargon. It may be 3.24, or if we're lucky, 3.23. I mean, I think I know the reason why. The reason why is that the traversal system is basically the counter to the your suit loses infinite suit juice. And the only way that suits get juice is if they have the resource system in. The RIC system needs to be implemented for the EVA 2 or EVA 7 or whatever the version of this is, until the new EVA system to be fully implemented. And the RIC system isn't in Star Citizen yet. It should be, but the question is when. Darktide when? Soonish. I think I'll get back and do some more Darktide at some point. We get to any guesses or anything you're hoping for them to announce about 3.23 during tomorrow's SEL? I'm hoping they're going to talk about the elevators, the freight elevators, and then as a result, the new hangar system, and of course, then the new hangar system, and thus the new missions, like the cargo missions and stuff like that. That's my only guess. I think a lot of people are hoping for the star map, but I'm gonna have to kind of douse a little bit. Douse little flames on stuff. I have a feeling that we're not going to see the star map this early. I wish we could, but I think they need to do, because here's the reality: the Mobiglass is changing. So the Mobiglass is it's been downgraded. It was your one-stop shop for everything, but they're slowly pulling pieces of the mobiGlas off the mobiGlas. So now it's effectively going to be your social connection to the verse. So it'll tell you your missions, it'll tell you who's around you, it'll tell you your reputation, it'll tell you where your stuff is, that kind of thing. But your ships are going to be modified through the system they have now. So they're gonna remove that system and change it with some sort of kiosk, probably. They've already changed the inventory off of it. They'll probably change the refuel and repair stuff off of it and put it either on the ship or on a kiosk somewhere. And the map, the Arc Star map, is not going to be on your mobiGlas. I don't think it'll be put into your mobiGlas. It might, because it's now also connected to the local map. And if that's the case, it will. But it's also need to be connected. It also needs to be connected to the ship, because CIG wants players to use the ship HUD, the ship like maps, those maps that you see on your ships, those ones that are like the radars and such. They want you to use that to navigate through space. So we'll see if they've changed some stuff around. Yeah, because they want to have the co-pilot be able to set waypoints, to be able to navigate areas, to keep an eye out on scanners, that kind of stuff. Yeah, the data mine stuff I'm a little hesitant to talk about, because a lot of that stuff was data mined in EVO, and that's a violation that I'm not okay with, and not in the sense that I'm okay with it, just more that I'm not gonna spread that information. You can find it; it's pretty easy to find. Yes, 3.23 is in March. It's not as hush-hush. It's that people signed NDAs. And technically, I'm still a part of EVO, even though I turned in my resignation for EVO many years ago, and they just haven't taken me off, so. Yeah. Once it goes into, like, a Wave 1 PTU, I'm okay with it, but. All I'm going to say about that is, I'm glad that they are sticking with the stuff that they talked about with Pyro. I'm glad that they're sticking, if it's true, I'm glad that they're sticking with their guns on lore. Finally, fucking finally, they're keeping their fucking word when it comes to the lore of Star Citizen. Because specifically they reference the Prophet of Pyro. They've changed where the Prophet of Pyro is, though it could just be the outpost they mentioned is just where religious folks go. Maybe that's where, like the who are they called? The fire rats are. It's maybe their kind of enclave. But I'm glad that's still kind of in the cards. I saw a lot of people talking about it, being like, "That's such a good name." I'm like, "Yeah, it's a really fucking good name." Listen. I love the Prophet of Pyro. Everyone should love the Prophet of Pyro. It adds a lot of nuance and intrigue to the game. Now CIG actually has to make it fucking happen. And it's not that difficult, CIG. You just have to have, when you are, if underground in cave on Pyro 2, have, play weird fucking noises. That's all. I know it's more complicated than that, but not that much more complicated. You have sound effects playing. You know nothing about the Prophet? We have a heretic amongst our midst. Shun him, chat. He knows not the Prophet. Speaking of prophets. Hunter didn't give us time to make a raid call. I heard there were citizens of the stars here. How y'all doing? Welcome everyone from Hunter Wildstream. My name is Paul, Berserker01, Batman Shell, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub. You can actually click on Hunter Wild's name, I think, and you can give a... Oh, what is the word for it? Thank you. Should have been able to do it. There we go. Welcome everybody. So I know Hunter likes the lore of Star Citizen. So, and I know Hunter knows about the Prophet. You of course know of the Prophet of Pyro. Am I right, Hunter? It's slash. It's not exclamation point. It's forward slash. You're the only prophet I need. Yeah, that's probably being weird. So, welcome everyone. Sit down and stay a while and listen. We're gonna tell you a little bit of story about the lore of Pyro. So in Pyro, in way back in Pyro, back when Pyrotechnic Amalgamated was still running that system. So we're talking UNE, UPE days, like the 26th century. So like 400, 500 years ago in Star Citizen lore. Miners on Pyro 2, I think that's Bloom, were mining out an area and they would hear weird noise. And they would hear, it sounded like a voice whispering to them. And the voice said, "Leave or be crushed." And it would constantly happen throughout the mines. And so the workers freaked out. And the supervisors, like the mine, those in charge of the mine, spread out, sent security down, searchers all over the mine for things like remote, like voice systems, because they could have swore this was just some sort of like trick. Never found anything. And it kept going, kept happening, and to the point where miners refused to mine. Because one person tried to go followed the voice, the sound of the voice, to figure out where it was coming from, and fell off a cliff and got hurt. So workers were just like, nope, not mining that. That place is haunted as shit. so it caused these weird problems. And then when Pyrotech Amalgamated ended up being like kind of going bankrupt because it was trying to settle Pyro, a lot of people interpreted the voice of Pyro 2 to be, when it's saying "leave or be crushed," it wasn't talking about the people, it was talking about Pyrotechnic Amalgamated. That's what people assumed. So it earned the name the Prophet of Pyro, where people could go to the mines and seek the wisdom of this voice of the mines. This continued on for many years until one day a group of pirates was going around Pyro 2 looking for people who were trying to mine the old mines to try, get the last little bits out. They're trying to get those like the local settlers who were trying to extract some stuff. And the leader of the gang supposedly heard the prophet speak to her and said, "Ruler of Ruin." And she felt so like emboldened by this that she and her very small gang rallied a bunch of forces and actually managed to take over Ruin Station, which is the station that is the main landing point, and it's the one that's the closest to the jump point to Stanton, and it's a big hub station. It's this huge like area, and as a result, people began to believe that the Prophet of Pyro could beseech. It's like the Oracle of Delphi. Like you'd go there, pirates would go there to seek the wisdom of the prophet and ask for prophecies. And for a long time, people who would claim that they were going to take over the Ruin Station would claim that they got a revelation from the prophet as part of doing this. So it's a religion. There's a religion, a cult, which worships the prophet of Pyro. And the main group that really worships the prophet of Pyro is known as the Fire Rats, who are a cult that intentionally expose themselves to solar radiation. Like part of the initiation to join the gang is you have to strip yourself naked during a peak solar event, and if you survive, you get to get to be in the gang, which means that the Fire Rats are like scarred and like twisted wherever they go, and then they like the leaders of the Fire Rats, they're called the Enlightened. Whenever there's peak solar activity, will go to the mines of Pyro 2 of Bloom and talk to the prophet. I just watched for season 2 for All Mankind. Do not do that. And so this is one of those things that like it's been kind of a background lore about Pyro for a couple of years now. It was part of the new lore that they came out with for Pyro. And as a result, I've joked that like, because CIG has lots of lore like that, they just don't bother putting into Stanton that exist. And or like for instance, the Talon is supposed to have a distinctive whine when it dives. Doesn't have it for some reason. And that's the kind of, ever since that, like kind of they talked about that and they never put it in, I've been like, CIG doesn't care. Like these little things are like nice, like, look, cool background, bro, but they're not going to put anything like that in there. But in some of the files that have been recently kind of discovered, one of the locations is called Prophet's Rest. And the like kind of description for it is for the ruler of ruin. And went, yes, the cult is still there. Fire Rats do not sound like a healthy bunch. Considering that they're descended from workers for Pyrotechnic Amalgamated that were abandoned on their world. Yeah, they're not, their society isn't really all that put together. They're a cult, yeah. The reason why they exist is because they were workers who were stranded on the planet, who were abandoned on the planet. And when everything was lost and they were about to die, a solar storm knocked a ship out of orbit and had it crash right near where they were living. And that ship was filled with supplies. So they were able to survive long enough to build and expand their territory and really start to get out of the planet and such. But instead of leaving, because the solar flare saved them, many of them believed that the sun is a god, that they prayed for salvation and the sun saved them. So the sun, the Pyro sun, is their god, and the prophet of Pyro is its prophet. Sun cults! There's a lot of sun cults in Star Citizen, actually. Praise the sun. Don't do that. Not in Star Citizen. Exactly. The sun caused the ship to crash to save them. And so that's why they didn't leave. They stayed because they believed that the sun had chosen them. They also eat contaminated slugs. So Pyro, not overall healthy place or good for your health. So bring your own food and don't eat the noodles. Who wants some noodles? Who wants noodles? Who wants some noodles? Anywho, after that little story, welcome everybody. This is the office hour stream where I talk a little bit about lore, news, and more. So we're gonna watch the latest ISC. latest news update that was released today, very, very early, in fact. And we're going to talk a little bit about it. So, Raw has entered the chat. And then they decided to stay and form a cult. Yep. I would love to hear Jared do the Prophet of Pyro voice. You know, another person I'd want to hear do the Prophet of Pyro voice is Jake or... you know, I changed my mind. I want it to be Bayer. Bayer would be very funny as the Prophet of Pyro. He has that kind of voice. I don't want him to change his voice. I just want him to speak normally and then have it just like, or just whisper normally. That would be hilarious. For those who don't know Bayer, you know it. Those who know Bayer, it'd be funny. Jail would be good too. Just not even change his voice. Just be like, hello, ruler of ruin. Or if we're doing fans, then it's Buster. I want Buster to be the Prophet of Pyro because she would like put on the deepest accent she could with that thing, and it would be funny. Hi, I'm the Prophet of Pyro, Steve. All right, let's get to the this watch party.
It's a new year, and with every new year comes the refresh after holiday break, the review of process and personnel alike, and the renewed sense of determination to make each year of Star Citizen's development even better than the last. And in 2024, that includes the return of so many Squadron 42 developers to our persistent universe fold, all of which are working to add their features and advancements to the already stellar work of the SC devs we all know and love. And so to get this multi-month marathon started, let's throw it now to Chris, Alexis, Gennady, Inez, and Kian of the eponymously named Team Kian to show us a bit of what they're working on for Alpha 323.
So we showed a lot of interesting things in CitizenCon, and a lot of which is from Kian's team. We're going to be bringing a lot of that to you guys soon this year. And we're going to be talking about the designs of those features and also how we went about making them. You're going to be doing a lot of these the next 4 months, aren't you?
Yeah.
I do like that. It just means that like Jared's got a lot of work to talk about. That makes sense as to why. Excuse me. They've kind of stopped having the break because there's too much stuff being added. Yay!
The old EVA system had its purpose, but it had a lot of problems.
So the old EVA was not quite controllable.
The entry and exit into EVA not being very smooth, a lot of face planting.
I love face planting though. Playable now. You can flop
Changing
like this
orientation
right
was a problem. You never really knew which kind of way your body was in. The upright pose was a little bit awkward for traversing spaces as well. You couldn't really fit into narrow spaces, and it was a bit restrictive for transitioning around space stations and things like that, especially interior spaces.
In addition to that, the sort of volume you take in order to rotate and look around is huge. It's basically rotating your body every time you just look to the right, look up, etc. That doesn't look terrible, but it doesn't look great, and it doesn't feel wonderful if you're in a confined space because, again, you're clipping against everything.
Just don't really think it fit with what we want to do in our game.
It's not a bad system. It got us to where we are today. But we want to make improvements, and there are other features and systems that we need to tie into EVA, which brings us to what's coming this year. So there's multiple aspects of the new EVA system that makes it a lot more versatile. The first is that when you start looking around, it's your camera and your head that's moving. Your body, most of the time, doesn't. So if I'm heading in a certain direction and I want to see what's behind me, I can just look behind me, but I see my body. I get that instant frame of reference as to where I am, where my body is, and it just grounds the experience.
So the other thing to think about to note is that a lot of that they showed off was, I think a lot of it is actual abandoned or like zero G areas in the game right now. Like a lot of those were in zero G, like the Black Kite mission and those sorts of things. But this is one of those things that they do need to be able to have gravity off and on ships, because this allows you to traverse ships a lot easier.
With the new system, we put the player into a more prone pose, kind of a superhero pose. Makes them a much smaller silhouette when traversing around areas.
Can you show us how the EVA works? Show us how the EVA works.
So
Yes.
now EVA works like this. You move forward and you just fly.
How about when you turn, when you rotate?
And when you rotate, you're like,
The footprint of the character doesn't start to change. So if I want to look around in this tight-knit space, I'm not suddenly spinning around and knocking all the things off the shelves. I'm just looking around, which means that the metrics we can support for that feature suddenly become much more versatile. You can get on a vent rather than not being able to fit into a room. It's also a lot prettier to watch someone who's got a weapon or just looking around, rotating around as they're doing so. From the outside, it looks better. From the player experience, it just really helps out. You knowing where you are and what you're doing.
We've smoothed out transitions entering and exiting EVA. So no more face planting unless you really, really try.
in new EVA, you can just press forward and you.
So the push walls is part of the traversal system, which is not in 3.23.
Fly. If you release the button, you keep flying while you still can rotate and look around.
Yeah, we've allowed it so you can turn on the spot without altering your silhouette, which is quite nice for interior traversal again. Feels a lot more natural, a lot more responsive to the player.
Yeah, we're going like this.
I love this.
Great.
Yes, the enemy's gate is up.
The features we're going to be bringing out at some point later, soon.
So it's important to note, what we're showing right here is not in 3.23. Everything up to this point has mostly been 3.23. I don't think you're going to be able to like deflect animation like you saw on that. I think that's part of the traversal system. But you'll be able to use your thrusters to kind of redirect yourself and move yourself. So some of that animation is going to be in there, though.
We've got zero-G traversal, and that's you attaching to a surface. In the previous system, again, because the character was upright the entire time, it just wouldn't have gelled well with that feature. You're effectively in prone, but attached to a surface, and you're moving along that surface or gliding along it if you sprint.
It looks so creepy, and I love it. It's so unique, too. I don't think I've seen an EVA system that has that sort of, like, almost horror effect, like, with your hands, how quickly you move.
Just transition.
Mag boots, they tried mag boots early on in Star Citizen, and it didn't work. It caused weird physics issues, so they've gotten rid of mag boots entirely.
Really nicely from the pose we have for zero-G traversal to the EVA pose. It's almost exactly the same. It's also very similar to prone. So, for example, if you were in a vent and all of a sudden the gravity went out, you could run along it in zero-G traversal or move around it in EVA without changing what your body's doing, which just means that it's a far more seamless experience. There's much less chance of anything going wrong as a result of that as well.
We've also introduced the EVA fuel and momentum. So once you start traveling forwards in
This is not going to be in 3.23. This is going to be in the future update, though.
one direction, you'll keep going in that direction until you press another input or the space brake to stop. This becomes especially important when we introduce EVA fuel. So you'll have a finite amount of fuel, and just that little boost could be enough just to get you back to the safety of the space station or your ship. It sets us up nicely for zero-G push-pull, which comes further down the line.
So we're not getting zero-G push-pull either until even further later. So there's 4 parts to this EVA system. One is EVA traversal, kind of the EVA like change positioning. Then they have the traversal system, and then they have the fuel system, which again, I want to emphasize, none of you are ready for the EVA system. The full EVA system is going to be a lot more less scarier than you realize. Because the traversal system will feel natural, but then you slip or you move a little bit too far hard one way, or you push yourself off on accident. And now you have to use EVA fuel to get back. But there's only a certain amount of EVA fuel. It's probably not going to be a lot, unless you have an MMU, a man maneuvering unit, which we know that they're going to have at some point. So most of the time, you're going to be effectively pushing off from point A to point B, going from point to point A with like momentum. You're getting out and you're pushing yourself in a direction and hoping you can hit the target. And that is literally what the multi-tool is for. The tractor beam and the multi-tool is designed for you to maneuver in 0G. It's not really designed for moving boxes. It can use that as, because it's a tractor beam, but its main design is an assistance in 0G. That was why CIG created it like that.
So in terms of what that means for user player and what you're going to be doing with this feature, it allows us to use EVA to get you guys going from your ship to...
I'm looking at repairing or hull work, difficult with hands being used to move around. You just need an MMU. You need to have a man maneuvering unit. Any kind of dedicated EVA work, you're going to need to have a dedicated equipment for that. And dedicated equipment is going to require a suit with EVA fuel to move you around. Yeah, MMU was actually one of the stretch goals.
To another ship, from your ship to an abandoned space station. You can fly inside ships and space stations without gravity now, without fear of bashing your head and your legs all over the place. It really makes it a much more smooth and easy to use system. And honestly, at the end of the day, it's just more fun. I enjoy just flying in and out of test levels between ships, etc. With the old system, it's a bit slow and lackluster. With this, I feel like I'm a superhero while I'm going around in space. So yeah, the new EVA feature, as you guys see it today, it's hopefully going to look even better once it gets into your hands. And yeah, we're really excited to see what you guys think of it.
Hold up. I'm going to rewind that. Okay. Have you seen this before? Chat, have you seen this before? That's Xenothreat. This is a Xenothreat armor. You've seen these arms? I haven't seen these arms with these little, like, tubes attached before. No, this. I think the helmet is standard, but I think this is Xenothreat chest piece and arms. The little tubes attached on the side, you have those? The helmet is same. I'm talking about this and this. That is the Xenothreat logo. You have the one with the Xenothreat armor, with Xenothreat on, and then these little pipe bombs. Can you get me a picture of it in game, Salty? Can you get me a picture of it? If you have it, can you go hop in the game and just do a quick screenshot? Because I've never seen the Xenothreat armor, if it exists.
All right, let's talk about pipe bits.
Well, it was better when it was piss.
Not seen it, but yeah, yes, that is Xenothreat armor. That is definitely Xenothreat armor. I don't think I've seen it before in game at all. You have Xenothreat light armor chest pieces. Was it a sub item or something?
You can even take away my space
You
lasers,
looted it. Oh.
but you can never.
You can get it with max rep of them. You couldn't get Xenothreat rep. CDF you could.
Longer than just resubscribed for 15 months. 07.
Thank you so much. their logarithm for that logarithm. That 15 months of support, you are a very important pub, very impressive, Mr. If any pedestrian, this is your fault. You're drinking not. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. I don't remember it being on display last Invictus. It might have been. I'm getting old, so my brain knows more as well. I didn't think they had the Xenothreat armor set.
It used to be piss pit.
Yeah, player interaction system. Yeah.
So let's talk about the new Pipis.
Gotta stop saying.
I was too late to change it. I like to say PIS because, yep, sounds better.
Okay, I keep pausing this, but I'm gonna tell you. I called it PIS on Twitter, like Tuesday. And people said, you need to describe what PIS is because otherwise people are going to think it's something different. So people were taking the piss out of me for typing it as PIS. I'm like, fuck you. That's what it is. It's piss. It's funny. And now CIG is officially just calling it piss. So justified. Vindicated.
I try to avoid HR complaints.
So the burning question is, what is Pipis? Well, it's everything you interact with around you and how you go about doing that.
It's not always easy to select the interaction that you're looking for.
You have to drag your cursor then to make your selection. It's not really very fast or intuitive.
And in general, it got in the way of you doing what you wanted. It added an extra layer of menuing that wasn't necessary.
But there's some things that we wanted to solve, and that's what the new system does.
So with the new personal interaction experience, we have multiple ways of improving how you interact with the items around you.
So we've released little parts of the new system in the past with the pit wheel and the quick select wheels and the control hints. This is by far the biggest iteration on it and will totally change how you interact with things in the world. We've introduced the new interaction prompt, which will show you which item you will interact with by just tapping F, and will also show you the type of interaction that will be performed.
So the new system, the players don't have to go into interaction mode to interact with the objects.
We've updated that to have an on-screen icon. It gives you the input that you need to press, and it gives.
It's not really used like we have used now in that same way, but it's just a little bit more, usable.
An idea of what you're actually going to do when you press it. So that ambiguity of, am I in range? Is it the item I'm going to interact with? It's gone. You've got an immediate bit of feedback that tells you what you're going to interact with, what you need to press to interact with it, and what you'll do when you interact with it.
So if you're looking at a plushie on the desk, it'll show an F above it with grab, and you can just pick that item up with that. We've also introduced the personal interaction wheel, which instead of the list view, will now give us a nice radio menu that lets you select exactly what you want to do in a much more intuitive manner.
And with the wheel, it's much more seamless, and it feels more like there's no barrier between you and the interactions.
And that's locked to the screen, so you can't miss. You're already selecting something, and it's 99% of the time what you want to interact with. Don't sneeze while you're pressing the button.
Someone in chat said something, and now I can't see that. So what you're saying is we're going to go around effing things. You're going to go F things in your Pipis, using Pipis. I mean, there goes all my attempts at monetization in the stream. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you all later.
It's much more intuitive. It's much easier to use. And that option, that problem I mentioned where if you're trying to interact with what's in your hand, that's gone. Now the new system just opens the wheel and you select what you want to do with what's in your hand. It just works.
So this new interaction wheel plays really nicely.
You didn't just say it just works. You didn't just... Okay, hold up.
You want to do with what's in your hand, it just works.
So this new interaction wheel plays really nicely with default item actions, which has been in development for a while, but it needed the whole system to come together as one before we released it.
If, for example, you're out mining gems after blowing up rocks with your multi-tool, you might want to pick a gem up and look at it. Or you might want to just store it directly into your backpack. You now have the option to customize and say, when I look down at that piece of gem, show me the prompt, it's always going to show store. Or it's always going to show carry or inspect. It's up to you. And you can change that on the fly and it'll remember it. And it just allows you to customize your own experience.
Now the player doesn't have to go to interaction mode to make a selection. It can just simply tap to trigger the behavior.
The new system is entirely data-driven, so from our perspective, it makes it really easy to customize from a designer's point of view. And again, because we've set up that data, you can then customize it yourself.
It allows you to customize the primary and the secondary interaction. So you can change what just tapping F while looking at something does.
If the player changes the default item on that item, the selection will be saved across all the items that match that state and the item category.
It picks up on...
Yeah, but what's secondary? They said primary, but you hit something secondary? I guess the primary is the thing that's going to show up first. Is it another thing you hit for secondary?
What you want to do with different item types. So if you want to cuddle a plushie, you can set that to be your default inspect. If you want to be picking up golden lemons and storing them directly whilst you're harvesting, you can set store.
Welcome, everyone, from Loken's stream. My name is Paul, Berserker01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub. Woo! Steel rain! How y'all doing? Welcome, everybody. So we had Hunter Wild, now Loken streams, Loken Plays rating in. How y'all doing? Yeah, welcome. We've been doing some office hours, so we're watching the latest ISC, talking about the EVA system, 1 of 4, and how we're going to be effing the pie piss everywhere. CIG is getting so bad at naming things that it's just going to end up demonetizing everyone. Pipest is the best. Well, as chat pointed out, you're just going to be going around, because F is the interaction key, you're just going to go around effing the pie piss. Effing with pie piss. That's what you're doing. Pie piss just has you go around effing things.
Or to be your default, and then...
Oh, before, I was going to pause it real quickly. Logan, I got to talk with you about something later. I may have to call off the pub and plays for this Friday, because I've got a bunch of cool stuff I got to do, but it's just other things. So I was going to send it out, but yeah. Thank you. Welcome. Again, we're doing lore and news and more kind of stuff for today. So that's what the office hours is. Hey,
that's the way it'll stay. If you want to equip ammo as soon as you come across it to your suit, you can set that as your default item action. So it's something that, with a little bit of interaction from yourself, means that you can customize and tweak your own play experience and really rough out the edges in terms of your minute-to-minute gameplay and how you interact with things.
We've also introduced a new scoring system for interaction points that allows us to better select which interaction point is of interest to the player. This is based on distance from the player, angle to the cursor or center screen, and whether it's on screen or not. It also allows us to interact with things that aren't quite on screen. So if there's a trolley handle just below you, you'll be able to tap F and you should just grab it. This makes it a lot more intuitive. Something on the ground can have a different default action to something in your hand. This is all set up and customized through the interaction wheel.
And then obviously the player now doesn't have to go into interaction mode, drag the cursor, make the selection. It can just simply tap or double tap to trigger the secondary action. And that should be a much easier experience for the player.
We'll forget about what was there before. It'll feel like it has always belonged. You won't be able to live without it, really.
That's just some of the things our team has been working on over the last few months and bringing to SE Alpha 323.
We're looking at bringing you lots more stuff from our work on Squadron 42 into Star Citizen. We're really excited to get that into your hands to improve your overall player experience, the way you travel through the verse. Yeah, when you get your hands on it, please let us know what you think. We're really excited to find out.
So what did we learn this week? Well, we learned that EVA looks sick. Sure, usually I'm a bit more eloquent than that, but damn, I'm allowed to mark out sometimes. That the way we interact with the persistent universe around us is getting a whole lot more intuitive and customizable. And that this new EVA, new default item actions, and new personal interaction system are just the beginning of what this spring's Alpha 323 has to offer. Yes, Virginia, it's gonna be a big one. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. Be sure you check out tomorrow's Star Citizen Live, where we dive into even more Alpha 323 goodness, and we'll see you all here next week.
We have to watch the rest of this. It's fun. I like the Robotech or the Macross. I can't remember what model that is, but
Da 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 da.
the Avengers. Oh, I love it. What a bunch of memers. Yes. Yes. CIG hired a bunch of professional YouTubers and YouTube editors to edit and film ISC. They're gonna meme. They're gonna get weird with it every so often. Jared is their leader. And Jared is like, here. Raftron. Still my background. Will always be my background. It's but which Veritech fighter is it, Luna Maria? Because there's multiple. That's the question. I did ask Twitter about Virginia. And that was you? Yeah. So Dragon Talon, Virginia is a reference. It's an American reference that said, "Yes, Virginia, there is a Santa Claus." It's an old. So it was from an old advice columnist, I want to say, who some girl named Virginia wrote the advice columnist and asked if there was a Santa Claus, and the advice columnist kind of took it and said, "Yes, Virginia, there is a Santa Claus," and kind of explained a little bit more about like the meaning of Christmas and everything else like that. So the joke, yes, Virginia, there is a Santa Claus, or yes, Virginia, when you say that, usually references something that seems unbelievable, but it is, but it's trying to be believable, sort of thing. It's a very tech fighter. This is limited edition Jetfire remold. Okay. That was definitely number 5 from there too, yeah. Is it from Miracle on 42nd Street? I thought it was from an advice column originally. Oh, so it's not so it's not Macross. It's a Transformer. Okay. Yeah, it's from an editorial, 1897. When Francis Farkless Church. Historian knowledge. Thank you. Let me take a look at it. Well, we damned. That is cool. Good to know. I think they must have redesigned it a little bit. Yeah, nice. Those of you that haven't seen it. That's it. That's very cool. I didn't think they had the Xeno threat armor in game yet. That's since 319, so it's been in there for a while. That's interesting. The toy for Jetfire was a Veracross fighter. Okay. Filled with Banu tears. My guess is it's filled with performance enhancers. Let's just say that. When's the next Xenothreat event? Actually, this month. They released a this month in Star Citizen, and they I think they said Xenothreat was coming out. I'll look at this month in Star Citizen. Let's look at that together, chat. So this month in Star Citizen, so they actually have a thing they've posted. So Siege of Orson's going to the February 5th, then the weekly shows, and then Bar Citizen World Tour, and then Koramore, which is the Valentine's Day event. I do like this this is cool. I like it. The Red Festival, which is the Lunar New Year, Free Fly, Referral Bonus, and Jump Town. So yeah, not Xenothreat, but Jump Town. Very cool. Hey, Axis. I mean, Siege of Orson's been breaking all of this week. It's still going on until the 5th, so it's going on until this Sunday. Hey, Dad Bod. Oh no, I had to approve of it, Hazeltine. It was because it caught the upskirt joke because it's automod set. That's the problem, though, Dadbod. Siege of Orison is fun when it works. That's the big problem, when it works. I think we tried 7 servers before we got it to work, and then it just didn't. Yeah, we already looked at it. It looks good. I've been looking forward to the new Superman pose for EVA. I'm looking more forward to the EVA fuel and that sort of thing, because one of the things that EVA fuel and the momentum system, as well as the traversal system, what that actually means for the game is that we're going to get dedicated EVA armor. which is fantastic because that means in Star Citizen, players can be EVA specialists. And that's just cool as shit. Yeah, the BBV-12 maneuvering pack. I think we'll get that when it comes out. Yes, I think that's one of the things we'll get. Listen, I've been a space nerd for a very long time, and the fact that they like you'll hear it a couple times, like EVA. You'll hear. I think NASA still has it, but you hear it in space fiction every so often, where like they're on a mission and they have a EVA specialist, and it's like that's just cool as fuck. What's your job? My job is an EVA specialist, meaning your job is to go out of the ship and into the vacuum of space and fix and do things outside there. That's just a cool title, let alone what your job is. Yeah, MMUs. Sounds like you're expendable. Man, it sounds like baller. It's like it's one of those jobs that's up there with like underwater welder. Like, yeah, that's insane. The idea that that could be a thing. I don't think we'll get like little points of weapons on them, but I do think the MMU is going to replace a backpack, and you basically attach it to your suit, and you will get your EVA fuel will go way high. Maybe even it has a little bit of a portable like fuel scoop, so you can it'll recharge the fuel as you're out there. So as long as you don't move it, it'll kind of slowly recharge the fuel. I can't imagine it's fun. But can you imagine aerospace welding? Deep space welding? It's the same thing, only when you rip your suit, you die. No. It's just a badass job title. I'm an EVA specialist. It's cool. But it also means that you'll legitimately have players who will get good at the EVA system, and you be able to like maneuver around and know how to like use the traversal system versus like the momentum. They'll get really good at moving through space, and those players who get really good at moving through space are going to become more like better at doing things like in situ repairs and like boarding other ships and other sorts of things. So. Do you think will be a space type Titan suit? Almost certainly. I think there's going to be, when the Titan suit comes out, there's been a lot of talk about using, like players have talked about it. So if the players have talked about it, the devs have heard of it and probably talked about it too, which is the Titan suit being basically interchangeable, like a construction suit, so you can use it to help build bases, mining suit, so you can use it to mine in hazardous environments, a salvage suit to be able to salvage, repair suit to be able to repair, like loading and unloading. So maybe give it some like tractor beams, or like a giant tractor beam, like carrying around a ship tractor beam as you're moving things through back and forth and pick some stuff up. You heard Titan suit. That's the lore, the kind of little lore we have about it implies that it was originally an industrial use vehicle that was designed for aiding in industrial use, and then was repurposed and redesigned for combat. It's a light mech, yeah. It's a powered armor, but I mean, like all of the armor in Star Citizen is powered because they have to have. You have to have power to be able to run the life support systems on your suits. which will be coming as well around that time. Whoa. There's more than just animation rigging, but it's all squadron based right now. They're definitely they're balls deep in Titan suit development right now. I'll say that. I don't know if it's been paused or not, but when they did monthly reports, when I read on the monthly reports, they're like they're working on it. It's not just animation rigging; it's other stuff too. Treesan, because when you're fighting the Vanduul, a mech suit gives you a fighting chance. So the story, as far as I know, about the mech suits, about the Titan suits, is that I believe it's called the Paladin system. I think it's called something like that, or the Chronos system. I can't remember what it is. But the version of the Titan suit that is used for military it's got its own separate name, but it was developed by Virgil Ltd. And Virgil Limited is the ones who make a lot of the defense armor. And it was founded by ex-Virgil employee, like Virgil refugees who all used to build weapons. So like a lot of what the job title was, if you lived in Virgil, a lot of those people who worked in Virgil built weapons. They were weapons manufacturers because they use Virgil as a manufacturing location for weapons and armor and other things, mostly personal weapons and armor, for the war, because it was on the or not war, but for the fight against the Vanduul, because it was on the border of Vanduul space. And so when Virgil fell, most of the people who survived fled to Vega, and most of them formed weapons companies in Vega. So like Virgil, and I think there's another one that I can't remember off the top of my head, which was founded in there, which was also founded by, but it wasn't Virgil. It was like, one of the it's called the, I want to say the mob. That's the wrong one. The grinder. I can't remember the name of the system, but it's called the grinder. That grinder, the nickname's the grinder. That is, they left, the refugees fled to Vega and made their own armor company. I think it's Tiber, yeah. Basically, Vega has been the place where refugees have gathered from Vanduul like raids, and all they've done is plot revenge. For generations, they've just plotted revenge. So the idea that Virgil took an industrial suit and said, let's make this thing into a 9-foot armored killing machine so that we can stomp the people who took our home planet away from us. Let's make a mechanized version of a Vanduul and give it to the Marines. Like there's got to be some generational hate that you're going to build effectively Mecha Godzilla to kill Godzilla after Godzilla killed your grandparents or burned your grandparents' home down. That's some dedication. That is some next level like revenge shit. No, CASEC was founded by people in Vega, by the people of Vega, not the refugees. For Armitage, yes. Artimage. So, yeah. Looks good. Top of the hour, so I do want to remind you that we have been sponsored by Factor. So Stu. Factor is a fantastic service. I've used it in the past. If you haven't heard about it before, it's a great service to get meals. What they do is you can order a certain number of meals per week. They send them to you in little packages. You take those packages, you put them in the
You can take away my space suit.
in the fridge, and you can pull them out and cook
take away
them.
my space
I'll kind of
lasers.
talk about this a little bit more after this
But you can never,
thing.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
Zeus system, that's what it was. It was Zeus. I remember it was a name that it was like, oh, that's not confusing, CIG.
Veritas has subscribed.
Veritas, thank you so much for that Twitch Prime sub. You are a very important pupper, very impressive pisser, very new pedestrian. This is your fault. You return drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Welcome. I hadn't read through the February 2023 jump point. There's nothing in the jump point that talks about the Titan suits, I don't think. You remember me? It's good. Like, so the factors are great for people who don't have a lot of time. So if you want a good meal and you find yourself going out to get food all the time, waste time, waste money, that kind of stuff, Factor is a good option because you can just stick it in the fridge, pull it out, kind of poke some holes into the plastic, toss it in the microwave. 2 to 3 minutes, it's done. Pull it out, eat directly from it. Good food, good tasting food, well-balanced food. You can get different varieties like paleo, keto, vegetarian, vegan. There's a bunch of different options they have for their meals. And like low carb, low calorie. So if you're trying to lose weight and stuff like that, so it's good. February 2023 just mentioned Virgil being renowned for their innovations on Titan armor. Yeah, they did. That they did. Yeah, we're sponsored by them again. They're fantastic. If you want to get a chance to, if that sounds good to you, you can get 50% off of your first box with my code !Factor in chat to get that. The code of the link goes a long way. It gets you pretty good meals. You can basically get it for 50% off. Try it if you like it, and if you do still like it, you can keep moving it. So it's good. So yeah, this is I'm interested in seeing what's going on because it sounds like Jared's going to go over the planned releases for 3.23, but it also sounds like 3.23 is still in flux. Like they don't fully know what's all going to be in 3.23 in release. There was apparently an EVA test, but it was like a stabilization test. Like they're testing to see if it was stable. I don't know why they would be testing for a stable, but is Factor similar to HelloFresh? Kind of. They're owned by the same company. Factor is owned by HelloFresh, but HelloFresh is like they send you everything you need to make a meal. So if you just want to get like they give you the instructions, they give you all the ingredients. Sometimes you need like a couple of things that are usually stuff you should have around the house. And then you can make a meal out of it. It's pretty good. Factor is literally just a meal in a box. Like you get a little tray, you can poke some holes into it, you put it in the microwave, you cook it, you're done afterwards. So it's already pre-made for you. It only lasts about 7 days, so it's not like a frozen meal where it can last forever. It only lasts for a certain amount, and you got to eat it within 7 days of it arriving, but it's pretty good. Factor, I think the meals are already made, right? Yeah, they're already made. They're ready for you to microwave. Yeah, I've heard people, I remember people saying that you could freeze them. Yeah, it's good. I would say the quality of Factor is on par with like most, like chain diners, like Ruby Tuesdays, TGI Fridays, Applebee's, that kind of thing. And I think it's because they use a very similar technique, because a lot of those stores, they have a certain meals that they'll have a central planning place that'll like prepare the meals ahead of time. And then they send those meals to the restaurants, and then all the cooks at the restaurants have to do is kind of put those things together, like cook them and put them things together. And sometimes it's microwave, sometimes it's other stuff, but you don't have to be like a professional chef to make it. It's still good quality. And then you just plate it and put it out. So. I've had Factor for over a year. It helps me stick to a diet, but it's great tasting dinners. Yeah, it's good. Like, I was surprising how filling they were for like anywhere between 300 and 500 calories. They're really good. Yeah, if you want 50% off of your first box, try it out. I know that there are people who can vouch for it. So. So in terms of that Titan suit, I wonder if they're planning on letting us pledge for all the currently unknown variants. It's okay. I've used Factor. It doesn't suck. That's glowing praise from Gin and Tonic. I would say the one downside that I've experienced from Factor is that it can be a bit expensive. If I remember correctly, 10 meals, because of, a meal, basically, like a meal for myself and my wife for a week was somewhere around $150 to $170. And that can get pretty pricey if you're also buying any groceries on top of that. And that's just for 5 meals. But 50% off, that means that meal is $60. 10 meals for $60 is a deal. So, hey, try it out, see if you like it. Factor does sound really good for busy lifestyle, dorm living without a kitchen, and people that live far from shops. It is. I mean, it's legitimately, like, I would still be using it if it was within my price range, and it was just out of my price range. I feel we may never see a player-owned military combat Titan suit, probably just the industrial ones. I think you'll be able to get access to the military Titan suits. I just think that they're going to be reputation locked. And CIG's not going to put them in until after they're in Squadron 42. Any idea how long the free flight will be this month? I'm trying to sucker a coworker into the game. My guess is going to be around Coromor, so it'd be February 14th. It could be also the Red Festival, one of the two. I don't think they'll do real money for Titan suit. They might, but who am I kidding? This is CIG. Of course they're going to sell it for real money, but it's almost certainly going to also be rep locked. Yeah, I know. Macton, I say it, then Macton immediately is like, yeah, right. They're like the F8, yeah. Almost certainly you'll be able to build one in game. If you can build ships in game, there's no way you aren't going to be able to build vehicles and armor. Like, F7C Mark II for ILW, maybe. I do think that CIG, there's definitely some pressure, or at least there's definitely some incentive for them to sell a civilian version of the Mark II Hornet. So Selling a CIG can make a ton of money for selling components for IRL money. They could, but I don't think they'll go that way because that's one of the few kind of barriers that CIG seems to be hesitant to cross. Mostly because it dives into gameplay balance. If CIG is selling equipment like that, and then they nerf that equipment, it can cause more problems than they that's more of a balance issue and other kind of problems, because they can't just like wipe people's accounts with them and then like kind of restart. They'd have to completely fuck over that item, and I don't think you could make a ton of money off of that. So unless it's the 300 series. Well, I mean, you can buy different loadouts which have different ones, but hey, Double Dog. Hey, I'm behind. Did anyone notice the HUD and ISC? It looked good, even more different than the CitizenCon. Yeah, because the HUD in CitizenCon was the Squadron 42 HUD. Let's pull up that video again, kind of go through it frame by frame. Let's do a frame by frame analysis, chat.
Hey, a tip!
Devil, super chatted $10. Hey, I'm behind. Did anyone notice the HUD in IAC? It looked good and even more different than sitcom.
Let me pull up.
It's a new year.
Added an extra layer of menuing that wasn't necessary.
But there's some things that we wanted to solve, and that's what the new system does.
So with the new personal interaction experience, we have multiple ways of improving how you interact with the items around you.
So we've released little parts of the new system in the past with the pit wheel and the quick select wheels and the control hints. This is by far the biggest iteration on it and will totally change how you interact with Okay,
a couple things you need to understand. First off, EVA, this is the fuel. This is EVA fuel. This is blocked a little bit, but you see this is some of that Squadron 42 HUD, and this is this is the mini map. I'm trying to see what this is over here. That's got to be like emissions, heat, and I don't know what this is. Radar cross section?
Item you will interact with by just tapping F, and will also show you the type of interaction that will be performed.
So the new system, the players don't have to go into interaction mode to interact with the objects.
We've updated that to have an on-screen icon. It gives you the input that you need to press, and it gives you an idea of what you're actually going to do when you press it. So that ambiguity of, am I in range? Is it the item I'm going to interact with? It's gone. You've got an immediate bit of feedback that tells you what you're going to interact with, what you need to press to interact with it, and what you'll do when you interact with it.
So if you're looking at a plushie on the desk, it'll show.
So yeah, this one, he doesn't have his armor on, but he still has the HUD there. And you see right here is the degrees. So you actually have degrees on, and then you have the angle. So you can actually degree and angle 16 degrees up or elevation. 270 degrees. I don't know what you would say that. That's pretty cool though. That might be sound. This might definitely be sound because
show an F above it with grab, and you can just pick.
As he's moving around, you can see the sound bar.
That item up with that. We've also introduced the personal interaction wheel, which instead of the list view will now give us a nice radio menu.
No EVA. So he's not dead, but he's got 0 fuel, which means that he's got no EVA fuel because you're not going to have EVA fuel all the time, chat.
That lets you select exactly what you want to do in a much more intuitive manner.
And with the wheel, it's much more seamless, and it feels more like there's no...
There's health.
barrier between you and the interactions.
And that's locked to the screen, so you can't miss. You're always selecting something, and it's 99% of the time what you want to interact with. Don't sneeze while you're pressing the button. It's much more intuitive.
Azimuth is what it's called? Okay. So will the wheel action get talking with bartenders? Yeah, I think that's what you're going to have to use the wheel interactions. They may still have, because it seems like they still have the inner thought system when it comes to dialogue options in Squadron. So I don't think the inner thought system is completely gone. It's just the inner thought system has changed from being the interaction system to just being dialogue.
It's much easier to use. And that option, that problem I mentioned where if you're trying to interact with what's in your hand, that's gone. Now the new system just opens the wheel and you select what you want to do with what's in your hand. It just works.
So this new interaction wheel plays really nicely with default item actions, which has been in development for a while, but it needed the whole system to come together as one before we released it.
If, for example, you're out...
Wait, so my t-shirt and jeans are not going to have EVA fuel? No, neither will your suit.
mining gems after blowing up rocks with your multi-tool, you might want...
Did you? Okay. I saw someone mention this, but did you notice that putting on attachments has animations now? Chat, come closer. Okay. Get in nice and close. Because I'm going to say this very, very carefully. I want to make sure you can hear me. This is a Chris Roberts game. Everything is going to have animations. Because Chris Roberts is insane. And the people who he hangs around with are also insane. Everything is going to have animations. Everything. Everything. Including the shoilet. Yes, you backer are insane. Yes, we are insane. We backed a game that is mostly promises and duct tape. Poop animation? Yes. You doubt that Chris Roberts is going to throw someone in a suit and tell them to mimic shitting themselves in that suit? That some poor animator is going to have to animate what you do on the toilet. We made that joke like 2 years ago. We did an entire April Fool's Captain's Table with Darionator and HC Vertigo, where we talked about poop mechanics in Star Citizen. And CIG didn't take it as a joke, they took it as a challenge. I just gotta stop talking, because every time I open my mouth, something comes out. It's like, this would be funny. And CIG goes, bet. I'll do it for like $30. No choice on that matter. Oh. Well, all bathrooms have only fancy bathrooms. I think only the Origin ships have the 3 seashells.
Want to pick a gem up and look at it, or you might want to just store it directly in your backpack. You now have the option to customize and say, "Want to look down at that piece of gem?"
Okay. Real talk. Real talk on this one. I can't be the only one who saw the new interaction system and immediately went, oh, consoles. God, it's dusty. I gotta clean this thing properly, but... not consoles. Now, here's the thing. You can play Star Citizen on one of these. That's the reason I have this. Is because I can plug in this, and I use this to drive when I do like vehicle stuff. Because I don't have a racing wheel yet. And since this is like an acceptable way of playing Star Citizen, CIG has to support this way of playing Star Citizen. So a lot of the stuff they do is for not just this, but for like other systems as well, to kind of have them function. And if they're already supporting these, why wouldn't they just keep doing it? And, you know, when someone says, hey, we want to put this on our console, it's already ready to go. Yeah, a lot of people like using the gamepad. It's just easier. Yeah, dual thumbsticks or mini dual sticks. Yeah, Citizen Engine is not wrong. Voice to text can't get Squadron 42 correct. It keeps putting the word in between. Is that a cord? Yeah. Yeah, this is a corded 360 controller. I do have the wireless versions as well. I just don't use them as often. Squadron 44-2, yeah. So, that all being said, I don't think Star Citizen's ever going to get put into consoles. I do think that Squadron 42 will, though. Heath, I don't think so. That and Star Engine will slowly take over the game engine of choice for game development. I don't think so. The Star Engine's fantastic for Star Citizen, but it's never going to beat Unreal. Unreal is a behemoth, and it's got so much support. Unreal is taking over. The answer is Unreal is taking over Unity. Unity used to be like 50% of all games made on Unity. Now that Unity decided to take its elephant gun out and shoot itself in the foot, in the leg, people are like abandoning Unity quickly and going to Unreal. Does Star Citizen support all kinds of controllers? Yeah. Yeah, all types of controllers. You can use any kinds of input. I have the 360 controller, but I know people who use the kind of more dedicated game controllers. So yeah, I know people who use the PS4 or 5 controllers with Star Citizen. So if Windows you can see it, Star Citizen can see it. Yeah, until Unreal shoots itself. Yeah. Believe it or not, I've used my 8-bit DO SNES Pro controller. Nice. You could probably use a dance pad. And because Star Citizen can support all of those input features, it means Squadron 42 can as well. I cannot wait until someone beats Squadron 42 on the Guitar Hero guitars. And the Donkey Konga drums. The bongos, yeah. No, I don't think 3.23 is going to get the full animations for like the interacting with the cockpit, because I can't imagine, because that would be canned animations, and I can't imagine CIG is going to go canned animations with that. It's just so much animations for every ship. So they're gonna have to find some sort of like a procedural system that will make it work like that, but. Hey, Blackhawk. DDR pad or nothing. They're working on that exactly procedural system. I thought I remembered them saying that, but I didn't know. And my brain has been foggy as of late, so I didn't want to claim that. The reverse kinematic system was about... Well, the reverse kinematic system, if I remember correctly, was more about the step placement. But they may be using that same system for the pushing buttons thing. So... Y'all claim it for me. Any percent Nintendo Power Glove speedrun. Oh. I think they still have some DDR games. You can still buy the dance pads. I think they still make them. I believe there's like a DDR on every console. Like, I can't imagine there's not like a Xbox One or a PS5 DDR. I can't imagine it would... Okay, it's going to be difficult, but it's not impossible. Because I'm sure there's a system they could come up with where the player inputs, I want to press the power on button. And the character can just reach over and touch the power on button because it knows where the power on button is based off of the control layout. And so the hand will just reach out and push the button. It may not look great, but it'll look quick, you know. Most people just play DDR fan-made games in PC days, like Stepmania. Anyone gonna try playing Squadron 42 with an Xbox Kinect sensor? Inverse kinematics, just figuring out how joints need to bend to get something to the end of the arm or leg, etc., to a certain spot. Okay. You can still look at buttons and click it, but if you hit the shortcut key, it'll automatically flick it. So I do have a question, actually. My mouse has 2 scroll wheels. I can only get the middle mouse button scroll to do scroll functionality in game. The thumb scroll isn't registering. Any way to solve that? Not that I know of. That may be a Windows controller issue more than a Star Citizen one. Anyone know how to pay a major fine when I was doing a mission? I got guard, now I'm commissioned. Grimhex. Go to Grimhex. There are fee terminals at Grimhex. Does SC have VR support or plan to have? They practically, like, proclaimed that there's going to be VR support. They just don't have it yet. That's one of the reasons why it's such a big deal that they're coming, that Vulkan is coming in 3.23. That's one of those features that they haven't, they all but said it's coming in 3.23 in a monthly report, but they haven't said it outside of the monthly report. So a lot of people don't know about that. Hey, Infrunners. Oh, yeah, hopefully soon. Once I leave Grimhex, I want to be Grimhex, there was no fee to pay. That's weird. You should be able to pay it there. I've seen people being able to do it in the past. Murder is a CS3 crime. You should be able to go to the console and turn yourself in at Grimhex. Oh, yes, but don't surrender at Grimax, as I just said. Don't surrender at Grimax. Don't do that. Okay. It causes you to have because you have an unstowed error? Okay, good to know. Everyone's like, wait, don't do that. I didn't know that was a known bug. Agent Langdon's got a good point. Try to land at the Babbage condoms. The Babbage condoms. The Babbage Commons and turn yourself in there, because I don't think there's a there's not a guard there. So you'd think that if it causes a lot of players to get locked out, CIG would just remove the feature until they fix that. I've used Orison terminals to pay fees or turn myself in. The problem about Orison is that when you land to get to those terminals, you have to go through guards. And if you have a CS3, they will shoot you on sight. They'll probably change that. But the difference is that in the future, security guards will give you a chance to surrender. So like if you land and you have a wanted level, they may not know, like they may not psychically know like they do now. You may have to go through those like scans, or you can go up to a guard and say, I have a bounty on me at my head. I'd like to turn myself in. And they'll just take you to the security office and process you there. That's the kind of AI that CIG wants to have, is like, I'm hoping that they won't psychically know that you're wanted unless they scan you or something like that. And they'll give you an option to surrender if you indicate that you want to surrender. Stop! You violated the law. Hold on. Now I have to play the music.
God, there's a psychopath on the loose. I fought mud crabs more fearsome than you. You dare oppose the might of...
I love that song. I hope we get as interesting wild lines from cops in Star Citizen. It's called Straight Outta Cyrodiil. Yeah, I've heard that they start telling you to move along. What? No pylon, no beating, no tasers, just handcuffs and drag me to a cell. Cool, nice AI. Everett, let's. I'm gonna stop you right there. Don't turn yourself in Lorville. That's how you get tased. That's how you get beat to death and dragged to your cell. Turn yourself in at Microtech or Orison. Probably not Area 18. Because Area 18 doesn't use security, they use mercs. Turn yourself in Terra, not Magnus. He's resisting. Listen, there's a joke about CIG and subtlety that I've made many times, but CIG doesn't do subtlety. So if I was to guess, I would 100% tell you that Lorville cops will beat the fuck out of you for fun. I know studios use subtext and they're all cowards. Well, so like in CIG's defense, the reason why they're not subtle about some of their keys is because you don't want to be too subtle about your references if you want people to get your references. If you want someone to understand that, you know, that the inspiration behind the Reliant, for instance, is both the B-Wing bomber from Star Wars and the actual flying wing from reality from Northrop Grumman, I think, who made it, the B-2. Like, it's a combination of the B-2 and the B-Wing. That's its inspiration. And so what did they do in the lore? They literally took the guy who made the B-Wing, the B-2, like the story of the guy who made the B-2, who eventually made the ship that, or the plane that would become the B-2. They took his story and then just made it Star Citizen. It's not subtle in any way. But that's the point. They want to tell you where their inspiration comes from. Because it was also known as Ship B. That was its name, was Ship B. And Ship A, supposedly, and my guess would be the Freelancer. So. It's called Ship B. Was it at Comic-Con or was it at GDC? Because I remember, or no, it wasn't GDC. It was I can't remember. You know, I've been to Comic-Con. I remember they mentioned it a couple times. But yeah, the original idea behind the Star Citizen universe was late Roman Empire in space. That was the kind of backdrop they wanted to set. So, and again, CIG doesn't do subtlety. All the Vanduul are the Vandals. They just changed like 2 letters. It's not subtle. Have a good night there, Unknown Guardian. Vandals and Sack of Rome. Yeah, but the thing is that, like, if you know history, you know that. But I can guarantee you there are people who are watching right now or will watch this in the future who that idea will just click with them and they'll go, oh, fuck, I never thought about that. It's like, yeah, because sometimes being too subtle is a problem. And even when you're not being subtle, some people still don't get it. So you have to be that kind of like that. This is why Soul's going to get fucked up before we get there. I don't think so. I understand that that's the theory, that they're going to, like, destroy Soul so that people can't land on Soul as an excuse of being like, oh yeah, well, you can't get to Earth because Earth is dead. No, I don't think they're going to go that way. I think they're just not going to let you land on Earth unless you go to the specific landing zones. Jack Northrop, yep. The propeller-driven flying wing in the 1950s. Yep. Terra is, like, not even a joke. It's Constantinople. It's Byzantium. Istanbul. Whatever you want to call it. It's that. It's the trade hub of the East. They even call it the Eastern Empire. There's no East in space. Like, the Varn, the Carthaginians, the Zhan are a combination of the Chinese and the Persians. Well, whatever they were, the Seleucids or whatever at that point. The Banu are the Bedouins. Banu is even a word in like it's a last name that's used amongst Bedouins. And the Vanduul are the Vandals. You don't think Earth will be pulled and burnt to the ground like Rome was? It will, but CIG's even talked about this in the past, where they want that sort of decision to be a player-run event. So, like, that the attack and sack of Earth will be a event that players will get to help decide. So the Empire will fall and break up into city-states a la each solar system. The end goal of the Star Citizen story is that the Empire will be split in two, and there might be a civil war between Western Empire, Earth-based, and the Eastern Empire, Terra-based, which they've already kind of hinted at. And which will cause other solar systems to break off and to form their own little things. But at the same time, they're also deeply hinting at that, you know, while the Zhan is literally Chinese word, they're hinting more towards the Persian side of influences for the Zhan, whereas like they don't have an heir. Like this is the last emperor of House Krei. So whoever takes over next is going to be, you know, a different house, and that may have the Xi'an fall into a civil war, especially since humanity will probably be poking them into a civil war because there's a large section of human government that doesn't fucking trust the Xi'an. So they will probably go at each other, you know, in their own kind of self-immolating destruction. So it'll have to be a one-time thing. I think it'll be something similar to like those big events that you'd have in like any other MMO, where it's like an event that'll take place over the course of like a month or multiple months. But it should just be a one-time thing. But with things like Theaters of War, they could easily just make it into you could replay it if you want to on your own, with your own simulations. Like, one of the problems with the Siege of Orison is that it doesn't make any sense that this continues to happen. This would be a one-time thing and over, because this would be like a devastating thing. But they keep doing it because they don't have that many events. And if you've noticed, most of the events they've developed since they started doing these events are easily repeatable and make sense in terms of narrative. Even the Xenothreat invasion, they just gotta change some of the aspects around. All right, I'll be right back, chat. Sound alert should be on. I'm gonna run ads. Go nuts.
Good news, everyone!
Barcelona! Barcelona! Barcelona!
Weapons free, y'all.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
Hello, I like money.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
Barcelona! Barcelona!
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Yes.
Hello, I like money.
Cajitas wares, if you have coin.
Drugs.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy. It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Barcelona! 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 Good news, everyone!
Fish and I'm out.
Barcelona! 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 Barcelona!
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Barcelona! Barcelona! Drugs.
I'm back. This is my stream now. You say that right as I come back. All right. Don't say anything, chat. So, the reason why I was gone for a little bit longer than usual was because I finally bit the bullet
free, y'all.
and purchased something that I've been meaning to purchase for a long time. And excuse me. While the thing itself is not coming, is not coming until Saturday, I decided to order some other things that should come with it. And when I did, one of the options was it'll get to you by today, and I said I don't need it until Friday. And they Amazon apparently was like, no, you're getting it today. So I went to go pick that up. So Claritin, no. I have a 3D printer. Let me look up the actual one. Good news, everyone. I've been meaning to get into it because I do a lot of this. And one of the things you find out is that, generally speaking, when you like using like painting minis, you'd prefer spending your money on minis. But if you want to do like wargaming, like I've got 40K, I've got AOS, I also have a bunch of Marvel Crisis Protocol stuff. I've got some Star Wars Legions minis that I haven't finished painting up. So there's a bunch of stuff that like I'd like to do. But when you have those, you don't really want to spend money on like terrain features. But they add so much value to the game that you still want to get terrain. And effectively, I was like, well, if I get not a resin, PVA, whatever, the filament printer, I can print terrain features. And, you know, you can get a lot of free models off the internet for it. And, no. So, did you see that you can now use some 3D printed parts with 40K models still be legal? I've heard about that, yeah. I do want to get into BattleTech. I just have to buy the right... I'm going to buy a very specific set of BattleTech, you know, because I have a very particular desire. Spending money on filament versus on terrain. Exactly. The thing is that, like, you can get a lot of terrain out of even just 1 kilogram of filament. So, like, this is like $13 for this. So you can make a lot of terrain, which would normally cost like $30, you know, for a lot cheaper. And so that's basically, and I also figured that getting a 3D printer is also just good in general, because there's a lot of stuff you can do with 3D printing to kind of, you know, not have to worry about buying specific small stuff. If you've never heard of it before, Mega Mech is the best digital representation of the tabletop BattleTech. I mean, I'm a big fan of Commandos. If Loken remembers, that was my main. I used to a Death Knell. I used to run a Death Knell build when I was in MechWarrior Online. That was my main. I love that, but I also like Quick Draws, I think. I can't remember. It was like a medium mech that was, and like Centurions and stuff like that. Mecha Online, yeah. And Steiner Scout Lines and stuff like that, yeah, so. What I don't understand about Star Citizen lore is there's nothing to fight for. It's so nihilistic. Humans don't stand a chance against an enemy that just sees us as food. Star Citizen is playing with narrative fire. I think we're going to find that the Vanduul have more... They have more desires than just eating us. I mean, don't get me wrong, I think the Vanduul are pretty intense, but also, like, you can think about it like Halo and Mass Effect are both very bleak universes. Like, Mass Effect, you have the Reapers show up every couple million years and just wipe out all life on the galaxy. Halo is about either the Covenant destroying humanity, the Flood destroying the universe, or the Forerunners coming back and fucking everything up. Like, there is no happy ending in Halo. There is barely any happy ending in Mass Effect. And there are things to fight for, but it's like you're fighting for the future of your species, sort of thing. No, I don't like clans. Yeah, we already saw the EVA stuff and the interaction stuff, so we already kind of talked about that earlier. We've been streaming for 2 hours, over 2 hours, so. Yeah. No, I mean, we missed the Evangelion stuff. Yeah, it's good. The one thing I will say is I get a little salty because the salty is more that, like, it's not really salty. It's more that to kind of set expectations that when CIG implements something, never expect it to be fully implemented the first time. There's always going to be other things that are kind of waiting around. And while I have faith of the heart that CIG will probably have the EVA system that they wanted to release to us before the end of summer or before like June, the push-pull system seems to be a system that is not ready anytime soon. So it's been a long road. No, it's not in game. That poster is not in game. According to the lore, humanity only beat the Vanduul when they banded together. If there's a civil war, well, humans back on the menu, boys. True. But, and this is a big but, in history, the Vandals, weren't moving into Roman territory because they wanted to raid. They were moving into Roman territory because they were being pushed out of theirs. And who was pushing them? The Huns. And CIG has been not so subtle that they do have plans for a Hun-like species, a species that would act as the Huns that are actually pushing the Vanduul out of their space. Do I still play MWO? I haven't played MWO in years. I've been meaning to get back to it, but it's like the community is sort of very insular and I'm not very good. I do want to play MechWarrior 5 because I haven't played that yet. Yeah, the Raftron Pros never made it in game. I do know that they did show off that like plans on doing posters for like customizing habs and stuff like that, but I think they paused that until they can get a personal habs in the game, which they don't have yet. Well, Krthok are probably, I know a lot of people say the Krthok, but I think the Krthok are on the other side of the verse because Krthok are on the other side of Xi'an space and we're on the western border of the Xi'an Empire. So like it would be like further east, not west, because like we're here, the Vanduul are here, the Xi'an are here, and the Krthok are way over here. So there would make no sense for this people who are way over here to go all the way around to hit the Vanduul. Yeah, we can start doing pub and plays Fridays with MechWarrior Online, but the Krthok are either the Mongols or the Japanese. I think they're the Mongols, though. Have a good night there, Solomon. We're still going to do Rogue Trader, but I don't know if we'll be able to do anything this Friday because I've got like stuff I got to get done. And then next Friday, I'm taking all of next Friday off because next Friday is the 9th and Helldivers comes out on the 8th. So, yeah. I'm going to be spending all day playing Helldivers on next Friday. So. And I'm almost certainly going to drag Loken in. I'm sure I can't drag Loken in because Loken will already be there with his cape and his tea. Oh yeah, I'm going to stream it. I'm going to stream. That's going to be like a straight up 16-hour stream just because I'm going to have fun. Need that grind, baby. That grind set. Yes, but he can appreciate some liberty. Everyone can appreciate some liberty. It's like when you get into a Drake ship that's entirely ballistic Gatlins, and you pull the trigger, and you just see the sheer amount of DACA that comes out of that ship, and you go, "Why do I have a freedom boner right now? Does it smell like oil around here? I have a sudden desire to invade a third world country for its oil." Is liberty made with seawater? Hey, Galactic Elf. It's tea time. Liberty and pie piss. Oh, God. CIG's sound design has gotten so much better. And as it's getting better, there's just something about Drake, because Drake has just slapped more weapons on it, and you can just slap so many guns on a Drake ship that if you slap a bunch of like Gatlings on a Drake ship, it just feels right. Do you think most jump points are sort of local, so they can push far enough below the Jean Huey border? They could just ad hoc their way to the border and get to the Kathak that way? They could, but I don't think they'll do that. I think you're probably going to have to go through the through Jean space. So my guns have guns. Gun. Oh wait, no. I have Friday. I can't take Friday off because I have to work on Friday. Yeah, I'll take it off anyways. Is Drake the Irby of Star Citizen Universe? Kinda. Space travel in 3 dimensions? What do you think this is? Elite Dangerous? The urban mech has one job and it does it well. Police work? Urbies are police mechs. Yeah, they're urban ambush mechs, but a lot of them find like work as police like mechs. So it's complicated, but there's no kids there at work on Friday, so. But I'd have to use one of my days off. I don't mind that. Question, why is everyone in the Star Citizen universe the same age? There are 2 answers, the probable lore answer and the real answer. Which one do you want, Salty Dog? So the lore answer is because in the Star Citizen universe, you have cheap access to cosmetic surgery. Like you have full change. You can change your face in an instant, and you can use whatever cosmetic, and it's near perfect outpatient cosmetic surgery. It's because of Project Calliope, which was originally developed for the military, was eventually kind of adapted to public use. So. And Project Calliope is literally the character creator. It has its own lore, but you can use it pretty much anywhere. It's available for outpatient, so you'll be able to like walk into any place that has access to Project Calliope, which would probably, or to the Calliope system, which would probably be like either cosmetic locations or maybe hospitals, and pay a fee and completely change your character if you want to, including your body type. I guarantee my health insurance still won't cover my facial feminization surgery or any other gender confirmation surgery. It will. You just have to pay buku bucks for it, Star Citizen. That's their inverse reason why you can like change your character on the fly at any point, because they want that. And there likely will be more models in game in the future where you're going to see older people. They just haven't developed them, because we do see, old man, Colton. You also see Admiral Bishop. So you definitely see folks who are older looking in Squadron 42. That's of course around when Project Calliope was first finished, which is 2946. Now with Project Calliope combined with Regen, that's pretty much anything. Now, as for no, there's kids, you just don't see them. As for the real reason is because CIG A hasn't built the systems in so that they can have older people, and B, with kids, they're never going to put kids in Star Citizen. You're never going to see Star Citizen. The reason why you never see kids in Star Citizen, you never see Star Citizen. Someone's gonna clip that out of context. You're never gonna see kids in Star Citizen because kids in Star Citizen means that they're going to be killable. And if you can kill kids in Star Citizen, you're going to get instantly banned from many countries. Or set, you know, like Australia will ban the sale of the game. There's a reason why you generally don't see kids in most video games, and if you do, they're invincible. Cyberpunk has kids in the game, and they're invincible. You can't kill them. Same with Skyrim. So, do I think CIG, same with Starfield? Yeah. Do I think CIG will do kids? Maybe. They do have kid models. They 100% have a model for a child. We've seen it in the trailers, for Invictus trailers. They definitely have a child model. And it's probably going to show up in Squadron 42 at some point. But I don't know if they'll put it in game because of legal reasons. The Sims? I don't know if The Sims is legal in Australia. It might still be. But it might have flown under the radar. On The Sims, kids just get taken away. Yeah, I don't think they die. I don't think you can kill a kid in Sims. The problem is that CIG will almost 100% be pressured by fans to make everything killable, including children, and people will complain, it's not immersion. So it's up to CIG if they want to add kids, if they think it'll add to the immersion, even if they're invincible, or to just not bother. And I think CIG right now is erring on the juice isn't worth the squeeze. Because CIG has also openly said that they want things like debauchery, like strip clubs and those sorts of things in the game at some point. And yeah, kids in that don't mix. But I don't want sex. They don't want like you can't get married in Star Citizen. You can't like you can't get an NPC. You know, like get married to an NPC and all that kind of stuff. There's not even a romance option in Squadron 42. So. Why? Because this is actually something that's kind of a wider problem with it's actually a wider problem with Star Citizen, which is it feels like CIG is allergic to sexualizing characters. I think they're afraid that if they let characters gain some sexualization with clothing or other things like that, that they will cross a line and make the game bad. Like, I don't think there's even a skirt in the options for Star Citizen, or dresses. Like, you see dresses, but I don't think you can actually buy and wear a dress in Star Citizen. It's such a weird sort of asexual approach to like character design. And I think CIG is slowly being eroded down with that idea. But they want strip clubs. Now, to be fair with the strip club stuff, that was mentioned well early in the project. And it was mostly in a reference to, like, they wanted seedy places, the difference between, like, seedy bars and seedy locations versus, like, pristine ideas. Because Chris had this idea of you could visually see places begin to get run down, shops closing, reopening as more, like, pawn shops and stuff like that. Yeah. The answer, the honest to God answer, is I think CIG is also being broken down a little bit to that. Because one of the things that is going to have to happen at some point is they're going to have to start cross-pollinating clothing between the male and female characters. And CIG has said that they want to make everything that's available for a male character model, or they didn't even call it male, female characters, the two types of, you know, I think it's like A and B or something like that, or just the two versions of the body types. The two body types that they have, they want to make everything cross-compatible. So everything from character creation down to clothing. So eventually they're going to have clothing which would be typically feminine that will be available for the other model, the other body model. And it's going to piss people off because there's a lot of people who immediately scream woke, which is funny because I'm waiting for that day, because that's the day that I unleash the Scots on them. When someone says, man can wear a skirt and Star Citizen, this game's gone woke. And I'm like, I'm sorry. Can you tell it to the Scottish? Go tell them they're wearing a skirt. I'll wait. Go. Tell a Scot to their face they're wearing a skirt and see how quickly you get decked in the dick. You might see ankle. I know. Shut up, go back to sleep. So I do think that there's enough movement in CIG right now that we're going to start seeing some of those things. As for romance options in Squadron 42, I think it's also just a matter of the narrative they wanted to tell. The romance options in Squadron 42 seems more like, generally speaking, the kind of angle they're going for is like military fiction. And while you do have romance in military fiction, the kind of story they're telling with Squadron 42 is kind of dark. Like, it's a very, not like humanity's last stand, but it's very much humanity on the ropes and trying to bounce back. And like, you're a officer in the Navy, and like, you're not Commander Shepard. You're not like on your own sort of adventure with like, you know, unlimited freedom. You're very restricted. So it just didn't work in the kind of narrative they wanted to. Kilts and skirts aren't far enough apart to be distinctive entities. No, they're the same thing. And I'm going to be quite honest, they're the same thing. And for most of human history, skirts were very common male apparel. It's what the Roman legionaries wore. It's what most soldiers wore up until like the post, like the medieval period. pants were seen as barbarians. Like, only barbarians wore pants. And the only reason why you wore pants was because it was cold as fuck up north. And so you didn't want to wear bare legs. You wanted to wear something that would cover you so you wouldn't freeze to death. The idea of pants being male-only sort of attire is really only the last couple hundred years. For a lot of human history, skirts were very commonly worn by men. And you can see that with several cultures still have them as male attire. The Scots, but a lot of Polynesian cultures still have skirts for men because it's fucking hot in the Pacific Islands. So, yeah. Your bit's gotta breathe. Yeah. Togas, so this is just a little bit of history. Togas are actually very, very formal and incredibly hot. They're like very, like, they're very heavy. They're heavy they're like wool. You see them kind of carrying stuff like it would be the equivalent of a modern day suit, like full wool suit sort of thing. You only really wore togas if you were going to official sort of things. Most like Romans, especially men, would wear effectively like a mini skirt, like a skirt that would go down to about their thighs, or their like a mini dress, like a dress that would go down to about their thighs or their knees, and they'd have like some sort of belt to keep it on. And most women would wear like longer attire, like dresses that would go down further to like their ankles and stuff like that. I guess kind of like a tunic, but I mean, like a modern tunic doesn't go down that far. Typically, it usually ends off at around the waist area. These were like much longer. There was a specific name for them, but I don't remember what it is. It wasn't a. It's a similar attire to what the ancient Greeks wore and a lot of other people wore. That's because the Mediterranean is not exactly a cool place to live. It's very warm in the Mediterranean. Many, like, year-round kind of warm. It doesn't get a lot of snow. Chinton? Maybe. Roman male dress. So there's the toga. Yeah, the Chilton. They would wear a cloak over their tunic, which would carefully. Yeah, so they call it a tunic, but it's a short-sleeved, knee-length tunic. They wear a cloak over their tunic, which is carefully wrapped around their body. Important would wear a long robe called the toga. Yeah. And they'd have cloth shorts underneath their tunics. They'd like wear shorts and then basically a mini dress tunic. Chilton, Chilton. That's Greek. Yeah, a lot of stuff that the Romans wore was also stolen from the Greeks, so. Yeah, Greece and Rome. It's both. I think it's called a skank. A scant? Yeah, it's the scant. Scant is a good example. The scant is a form of that, and I love that in Star Trek. Yeah, but bringing it back to the point, I think CIG is starting to embrace that idea of universal clothing, and I think that's going to start bringing more personal expressions of sexuality in the game. I still think that CIG will probably move away from the idea of having romance in Star Citizen with like NPCs, because it's a lot of effort for something that I don't think is really kind of adds to the experience. This isn't Fable, it's not an RPG in that sense. So I wouldn't be surprised if CIG eventually adds a marriage mechanic, because that's a very, very common thing in MMOs. So. Yeah, one of the other things I really hope CIG does is really kind of embrace international fashion. So, because it's the future, and it's supposed to be this kind of big melting pot of different cultures going out in space and kind of settling planets together. Like, Terra has so many different references to different cultures in itself that it should have multiple fashions. Its fashion should be a reflection of Eastern European fashions, Texas fashions, Korean fashions. It should be like a hodgepodge, because we've got New Austin, which is founded obviously by Texans, and Nova Kiev, which is obviously founded by Ukrainians, and we've got Kazi, which is probably founded by Brits, because Kazi is a slang word for like either it's a dirty term, I found that out through Jail, and Jail's like, it's so weird that they called it Kazi, and I'm like, and he's like, it's because it's a dirty term in England. I'm like, they definitely knew it was a dirty term, and they still called it Kazi, because it's also the Arctic region of Terra, and so it's cold as shit. Hey, dude, Flair. Sexuality doesn't need to be on everything, no, but it's also an MMO. So personal expression is a big part of all MMOs. So if someone wants to wear a dress, let them wear a dress. Someone wants to wear a full suit, let them wear a full suit. If they want to be mostly naked, they do that anyway, so who cares? I'm tired, wrote an exam, finished a portfolio, almost done with the paper, and worked on a presentation. Damn. The life of a student. Wearing a dress isn't sexual. No, but there are some evocative dresses that can be worn. We also are going to need lawyers in game anyways for the convoluted ass legal system they want. Nah, I think the legal system is going to be fine. Do you think they'll add head and facial hair growth like they have in Red Dead Redemption 2? Possibly. I do think they're going to have that in they're definitely going to have beard growth, or definitely have beard. I don't know if they'll have hair and beard growth, though. Missed a lot, Axis. I mean, putting it on a dress in general. I'm just shrugging because it's CIG. We can have sexy faces? Nice. Listen, the last word I'm going to say on this is that I am still appalled by the flat ass that the male model has. The male model deserves junk in its trunk. It deserves a thickening. All right? No human being should be forced to live in a universe where cosmetic surgery exists to the point that Star Citizen's universe does and still have a Hank Hill ass. Okay? That is an atrocious violation of human rights. Okay? Male dumpies, exactly. Dad needs a dump truck for his Drake. I'm only partially joking on that. Have you seen, like, the male booty is sad. It's very sad. Like, the female rear is perfect. It's like the right ratio. All right, it's the perfect ratio. But you stare at a man's butt and it's just like, what happened? What did you do to deserve such a fate? What genetics have passed down to make that every man in Star Citizen, or every male form in Star Citizen is got the Hank Hill butt? All of them got their ass shot off. It's embarrassing. I look at my character and say, damn, bro, go do some squats or something. If CIG wants to add like skills in the game, where if you do something, you get better at it. If I just start squatting up and down, my butt better get bigger. All right? Teabagging for science. If they confirmed that, the day one, I would Saitama the fuck out of that. Paul, what are you doing today for streaming? I am doing squats for 3 hours on stream, and you will all enjoy it. Now, back on the actual topic of stuff we're talking about. Welcome to the office hours, by the way. That is very typical of us getting off on those sorts of things. Nice. Congratulations. 97 on your grade. That's awesome. I am interested in hearing y'all's thoughts. What do you think is going to come out in 3.23? Other than the new EVA system, the interaction system, which is fantastic. What are you all expecting for 3.23? You're expecting 3.Jesus patch? Everything? Nothing short of perfection. A version of the replication layer. Leather glass, star map, and EVA and pie piece. Introducing the RSI Gyatixi. I hope to see cargo elevators and instance hangars. Replication layer on live, but only for single servers. That's what we have now. As long as it doesn't break the game, I don't care. Low expectations. It's going to break the game, no matter what it is. At least one animal, maybe a predator, and will tell us how to run with it. In all reality, I'm expecting an utter shit show and entirely new ways for this game to make my life hell. Here's what I think. Star map, replication layer, desync improvements, mobi-glass, cargo elevators, new arena commander maps, new quantum travel, and creatures. Ooh. Master modes, tier 0, Vulcan, and the UI improvements in the map, freight elevators, and cargo 2.0. Hot take, I think static meshing, server meshing in 3.24, dynamic in server meshing in 4.0. That's a bit of a hot take. It could happen because CIG did say that 4.0 is Pyro. So they could add dynamic or static meshing to the game before they add Pyro, but Jesus Patch, what's going on here tonight? Luna, have you not heard of the Legend of Jesus Patch? I think I'm actually the responsible partially for spreading that. Megacopium? Yeah, it might be. I'll talk about the Jesus Patch in a moment. So question, instance hangers will follow you everywhere. No. They will not follow you everywhere. They'll be at a very specific spot. And instance hangers is not the same as persistent hangers. So instance hangers means that when you land at hangar 5 at the space station, once those doors closed, that hangar 5 is now yours. There may be another hangar 5 which will spawn in when somebody else tries to land, but as long as you are there, you have that hangar. And it might be to stop the storing thing from happening, but that means that you can stay as long as you want to at that hangar, and then kind of mess around with, like, you can like offload things, load things on, so it's not gonna like store you automatically. You'll have to go physically store it. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, the Jesus Patch was a long joke where people began to start, back in like 2.0 area, people began to think of these patches which would fix the game and make the game perfect. It'll add X, Y, or Z feature, and it'll do everything. And people started referring to them as Jesus patches because they were like the second coming of Jesus, like kind of hype sort of thing. And so people also began to say, like, I'm not going to play the game until the Jesus patch comes out. And I personally, on Captain's Table a lot of times, mentioned that the Jesus patch is a myth. You will never get a Jesus patch. There will never be a patch that suddenly makes Star Citizen a game. It will be a slow buildup of features until one day you wake up and realize you're playing Star Citizen the game, not Star Citizen the janky alpha. And so it's still kind of around a little bit. And so Jesus Patch is kind of it's a term in Star Citizen, in the Star Citizen community, which is effectively the patch that is the perfect patch, the patch that adds everything that people want, that makes the game a game, that makes people want to play it, that fixes all the bugs. Like it's the switch that CIG throws and suddenly Star Citizen's a game. Jesus Patch was 3.14. Yeah, they were close to it. Yeah, it was close. So just an apostle patch. Yeah, the legend has it one day CIG will release a patch that would the second coming will fix everything and give us all we want and be awesome. Yeah. That's where the term Jesus Patch come from. If you hear it in the Star Citizen community, it's an old term that you don't see trotted out much anymore, because I think the days of the belief in the Jesus Patch are gone, well gone, and instead we're kind of content with getting solid, consistent updates and then an increasing amount of those going forward. A big chunk of solidified hopium. I agree with you, Paul. It's a rollout of everything little by little, but what little by little has grown when teams moved from Squad 42 to PEU. I think little by little has grown since last year. Last year, they added a lot of content in 3.18 alone, let alone everything else. It's just that the PES debacle really overshadowed all the stuff that was added. Do you think CIG will have some way to use flip trigger on joysticks to switch master modes? Possibly. I don't know what a flip trigger is, so. I hear Jesus Tech more than Jesus Patch, mostly because CIG still do the "it's waiting on insert tech" excuse all the time. It's an excuse, but it's also like a valid excuse. There's just tech they need to get in. Now, we're also to the point where I think there's really only 2 excuses left. Unless CIG starts saying, you can't do this until dynamic, which I don't think is true. There's really only one thing after this year, if everything goes well, that would hold back CIG, and that's the dynamic economy. So that's system's already in place. It actually governs fuel, repair, and fuel and repair costs. You'll notice that your fuel and repair is not consistent everywhere you go, because it determines on a lot of different factors. Once CIG starts actually building the economy with the quantum system, then we'll start to see more of that being integrated, but it's already currently integrated. 3.18 was a big patch for content, but it was partially an accreditation of content that got fixed during the long dark of 3.17. That we need what we need are consecutive big patches. That's true. Yep, the amount of excuses is whittling down to the point where they have no one to blame but the devs and decisions themselves. Exactly. A flip trigger is a trigger that can be flipped to an up position or flipped to a down and pulled to be pulled. So like a off on switch, like a switch rather than like a button. I don't know. They might support that. Paul, do you think we'll see the Nix drop quickly once Pyro and server meshing is in? Quicker than Pyro. But I don't think it's going to be immediately. I think like if Pyro drops when CIG wants to, which is September, and that's technically still summer. That's the CIG summer patch is August, September. So when Jared said summer 2024, everyone goes June? No, that's the spring patch. And CIG doesn't really use the sort of seasons thing anymore, because there's also, the people who live on the other side of the planet on the southern hemisphere where summer is winter. So they usually go Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. So the Q1 patch is the one that goes in March. The Q2 patch is the one that comes out in May. Right before Invictus. It's the Invictus patch. And then there's the Q3 patch, which is sometime between August and October. So it's usually the CitizenCon patch just before CitizenCon or just after CitizenCon. And then there's the Q4 patch, which is the last patch of the year in December. So, and when Jared said summer 2024, what he was referencing is the Q3 patch. Almost certainly that was the Q3 patch. I'm excited for SCL tomorrow. This could be the first year that I can remember that CitizenCon content and hype will carry over into a new year. Yeah, it's been a while since they've had any of that kind of stuff. Nix by the end of 2025. If Pyro drops in 2024, then Nix almost certainly will come out in 2025. Because the real thing that's actually slowing down Pyro is not, it's not the content that they can make with Pyro. A lot of it is just the systems that they need to be put in place to have it function, like server meshing, a reputation system. A lot of that stuff should be done, and the reality is that Nyx isn't as complicated as Pyro. It has a couple of planets, but most of those planets are dead, and I don't see CIG suddenly making them terraformable because they want Nyx to be a different experience from Pyro. And for those of you who don't know, Nyx is the goddess of night. And the reason why Nyx got the name Nyx is because it's on the edge of a dark nebula. And while CIG could change the lore, I don't see them changing Nyx, the goddess of night, the system's named after the goddess of night, suddenly becoming a bright star. The whole, like, kind of gameplay element of Nyx is going to be concealment. Because when you go into that dark nebula, all of your sensors are going to become worse. So you're not going to be able to see very far, so you can escape into those clouds and avoid people who are pursuing you, which is the reason why so many rebels moved to Levski on Delamar, which is at the very edge of that dark nebula, and so it allows so you can like go there and like evade detection. And it's so far off the beaten path and so hard to find that most, like, the UEs just basically ignored it because it would be too expensive to deal with it. And they're mostly just angry hippies anyways. But like any good left-wing organizations of political radicals, there is a lot of fraction and division amongst the people who live in Nyx, because some of them think that the People's Alliance of Levski is too cowardly, they're too mainstream, they're corporate shills, and so there are some that are much more violent and want to, much more like immediate action. There's some that are kind of think it's too chill and they want to, or too like the PAL is too kind of overt and they want to be more passive and stuff like that. So you're going to see a different system from Pyro. But that all being said, there's no crazy planets. There's not many planets in the first place. And you just have one landing zone, which they've already made. They made the Levski and Delamar. They just have to update them with the new tech. And yeah, there might be some changes that they do, but they have been updating it over time. Like when they've done updates to other systems, other parts of Stanton, they've went back and updated things. Hey, Soul Citizens, how you doing? Thank you for the raid. Welcome everyone from Soul Citizens. New Soul, how you doing? Silky, thank you.
Silky68 just gifted 3 subs.
Thank you so much for getting those 3 subs there, Silky. You're very important, pupper, very impressive pisser, very neat pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. How y'all doing? So we're talking about Nyx and if Nyx would come out pretty quickly. And I think it'll come out fairly quickly after Pyro is released, but I don't think it's going to come right after. I think they'll have a patch or 2 for stabilization and then release Nyx. And I think after Nyx is dropped, that's when we're going to start to see multiple systems drop a patch, or maybe a system drop every patch. It might start off as like if 4.0 is the Q3 patch, as they want it to be, big if. 4.1 would be the Q4 patch.
Join UWU. Down with Hurston. Down with all corporate overlords. We have nothing to lose but our chains.
Yes. I'm actually looking forward to the United Workers of Hurston, the UWH, because UWH is a violent faction. They are a very violent anti-Hurston faction. They're unions with guns, and they're basically a terrorist group in the eyes of the UEE, and they're a faction that exists in the lore. And they just haven't been added to the game yet. They're one of the gangs of the Stanton system, next to the Dusters and the Nine Tails and the Otoni Syndicate and the what is it, the Nova Riders. They're Union people, heroes, Paul. No better than heroes. They're Union people. DS9 quote. Gotta love it. I think we'll see Pyro. They'll start quietly working on Terra in the background while they get released smaller systems like Nyx, Castra, Hadrian. Yeah, I'm a big believer in Hadrian getting released and Castra because they're different systems with different approaches to design and architecture as well as kind of gameplay. I have heard rumors. They're trust me bro rumors, so I don't want to reiterate them because they're from a source who told me who their source was, and those sources were weird. Like, there's systems that have no connection to the current systems that we have in game. Like, they are connected, but they're very off connected, and it's like. So on your alt, are you going to make an Uwu org? Yes, of course I am. Uwu will lead the assault on Lorville. And just like we have the player-planned Operation Pitchfork, I myself am going to do a system similar to that, where I'm going to gather various organizations, and when they have the systems in place, we are going to storm Lorville, kill all of the guards, and take over Lorville. Effectively locking down Lorville, and see how long we can hold it. We'll see if we can get a UEE response fleet to come after us. I'm gonna wear a fucking beret. I'm gonna be reading from various revolutionary books. I'm gonna go full Tropico. Join El Presidente as we forge a future for our people, away from tyranny. We don't do trust me bro rumors here. Senator Strong takes Lorville. No, it wouldn't be Senator Strong. It would definitely be an alt. In a rebellious mood. I played Empire at War for 4 hours today. Yeah. And I heard a lot of people be like, I'm not going to join you because there's no practical reason. And it's just like, it's fun. That's the practical reason. It's fun. And just see how long we can do it. Will we die? Yes. Will we die in a glorious hail of gunfire? Also yes. Will we go down in the history of Star Citizen as a rebellion who tried to overthrow the Hurstons in their own backyard? You better fucking believe it. Well, I brought it up before and people were like, this is a very interesting idea, Paul. What's the logistics? How are you going to control who comes and goes? I'm like, whatever the fuck we want. in theory, we could kill. There should be a limit to the number of guards that would spawn because of the quantum system. So there's only a certain number of NPCs which would be available at any landing zone for security. Once you reach that point, you can effectively no longer have guards spawn, which means the only people with guns would be the players. And I have my plan is brilliant. We're going to amass a giant army with tanks and other vehicles, and we're going to storm one of the gates of Lorville. We're going to take that gate, and then we're going to take the trams into the center of Lorville and fight our way through to Central. And then we're going to clear out Central and hold Central. I'll bring the Kastak flag. Siege of Hurston. Yeah. Do you think they'll create the star systems as bare bones and flesh them out with Stanton over time, i.e. planets, minimal outposts, NPCs, landing zones, and maybe some distribution centers, but to fill it in? Or will they try to have them to be in current Stanton state before release? I'm going to be honest, I think that they're going to drop Pyro entirely. Like, one shot drop Pyro. And I think that's their plan going forward, is that all systems are going to have Pyro standard. Because Pyro is going to be more complete than Stanton is when it comes out. All we need to do is seize one antimatter torpedo, and they will need to take us seriously. Ah, yes, North Korea tactic. We have a weapon of mass destruction. You have no. You will listen to our demands. Oh. I see no problem with this plan. If they ever give us base building, I mean, they will give us base building. They did show off a little bit of the base building plans at CitizenCon and said they're going to start. They've already started it this year, as far as we know. They haven't updated it yet because we haven't gotten a monthly report yet, but we should have it next week. Which is why we're putting the torpedo in the back of Treesan's Valk. Listen, Treesan would be okay with that. Because Treesan would be the insurance. Tree would be the one who's like, who would be like, strap me to the missile, I am ready. Fly me to the center of the Bengal carrier. God, that would be insanity. Gathering an antimatter torpedo and managing to get it close enough to the to a Bengal to a UEE fleet to just annihilate the entire fleet in one shot. See, that's my point. Is like, why do this sort of dumb thing? Because if CIG lets us do it, then we should do it. And we should do it for good reasons. And that way we could end up getting into the fucking lore. The rebellion of Lorville. The siege of Lorville. Where the UEE had to dispatch an entire Navy fleet. The Marines had to be dropped in to clear us out. That is an epic, epic ending to a story. can imagine the like the bodies piled up on the front steps of the central station as Marines have to push in through that central choke point and just get like waves upon waves. I haven't talked about this Siege of Lorville idea in a long time. CIG, that's so cool. Also, CIG, none of these fuckers are regenerating. Death of a spaceman or like death of this spaceman. I can imagine the propaganda made afterwards of like a classical like 19th century, you know, like French Revolution painting of some dude waving a giant flag, red flag, as like Marines storm towards them. No, man, we're so going to be the subject of a Senate hearing. I mean, you do something like that, it would be cool because it would have to force the narrative. Something that severe would have to be taken care of by CIG. Like, CIG and the development team would have to look at it and be like, that's a lore change. Like, that's Senate hearings, that's investigations into Hurston's security, into Hurston's practices, questioning if like what would how could they let such a massive rebellion take place under their nose while they're also the main supplier of antimatter weaponry to the UE Navy? That's a giant security risk. It's like the Eve invasion of Jata. Yeah. It would have massive repercussions if CIG wanted to do that sort of storytelling, and they do want to do those sorts of storytelling. We've already seen that. Jumptown is now in lore, and an event in game, but you know. What were we gonna talk about, Iris? You're talking about the take away Arrakis from the Hurstons and hand it over to the Atreides? Yeah. Are you gonna write a book about Star Citizen like the guy who wrote Empires of Eve Volume 1 and 2? Maybe. If CIG gave me permission to write a textbook, or to write a book about the history of the Star Citizen universe as like a book that you could buy, we'd do it in a heartbeat. Shit would be massive. I would buy the entire library. Because if I was to do it, I would do it in the same style as like the Rise and Fall of the Roman Empire, or like this more like pop history style books. Or I would do it as like a textbook, like a UEE equivalency standard textbook of the UE of the history of humanity. Modern history of spaceflight from 2075 to 2950, whatever. Robes Paulier. 100% Hunter. Seriously, I love that it was a pod product from the Pledge Store. I mean, to a degree, so, like, my complete history of Star Citizen lore is sort of that. And even then, I have missed things from this complete history of Star Citizen lore because CIG has added a ton of early lore in the last, since I started doing the project. Is it like vital lore? No, it's mostly reference lore. Like there's a company that's really, really old, but it's a mining company. It's been around, was around until the fall of the fall of the Mezzers, and it collapsed. So there's lots of like old mines, but they're kind of very Hurston-like. They were super corrupt. They were they cut a lot of there were unsafe practices. And CIG added the Centralia mine fire. There's a Centralia mine fire going on one of the planets of Null because of this company. Oh, print on demand. I thought you meant like more like spoken stuff, but. Paul, what if instead of dispatching your fleet, they're just like, congrats, UU now controls Lorville. You need to make a new org and pray that UU never falls behind in the torpedo quota. Like UU gets national or taken over by CIG. I think if that would to happen, I would be okay with CIG turning like any character, any one of us that we were doing into an NPC like that would run Lorville for them, but. Almost certainly that wouldn't be the case. They would send a fleet. They would drop the Marines, and I don't think they'd actually see the Marines drop. I think you would just when the fleet arrives, you would see the like security doors, the whatever they're called, the monster closets, would just start spitting out UE Marines. If that was the case, my goal would be for them to drop the freaking Titan suits. Once the Titan suits start walking up, I'd be like, I'm victorious. I've won. They sent anti-Vandal tech after us. Hey, Newtley. New objective, survive. Well, that's why we carry railguns. Listen, I'm not saying we couldn't take them down. I'm just saying, like, I'd want the NPCs to go full bore. They're just like it's an invasion. Like, it's a counter invasion. Like one of those things where the Senate has to explain, like, why did, an entire battalion of Marines get wiped out by a bunch of farmers with by union people with guns. Like, how the fuck did this happen? Who's responsible? Whose head needs to roll for this? And it also fits in with the whole CIG doing IRL stuff with of like IRL things that actually happened in history and kind of things that have happened and putting it into games. Because, I mean, 1860s, 70s to all the way up to the 1920s. Woo, Lord. There was a lot of exchange of gunfire between, in the US at least, possibly around the world, between union members and the military. They did like to get into shooting matches over strikes. Why are Marines both hyper-accurate and omniscient and barely reacting to player presence while being killed at the same time? Oh, come on. Old man Hurston would just drop a bomb on Lorville and start fresh again. They might. They might go full Umbrella Corporation and nuke Lorville as a cover. Turns out that Constantine Hurston has a dead man switch under his desk. He's responsible for hitting that button if the workers get too rowdy. I mean, it would be a definitely impactful event if Lorville just disappeared into a giant crater. The basic point being, chat, does that idea sound cool? If that sounds cool to you, that's the point. Button, push in case of peasant uprising. Oh yeah, a small worker rebellion briefly seized a warhead, but sadly they didn't know that they had to handle it. Attention Bajoran workers. Jesus Christ, I realized it's already a thing. Deep Space Nine did it. Oh, God. Welcome to New Lorville. Well, this is probably going to be the last stream until Saturday. And Saturday I will be streaming a little bit longer because I'm going to be streaming on Friday. But thank you for joining us. In fact, I'm going to go step away for a few moments, then come back and kind of do a quick send off.
Weapons free, y'all.
I like money.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
I heard peasant uprising. Oh, Becky, I was about to go out tonight. Oh, let's see if it's really longer.
He fucked up. I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Welcome everyone from Becky's Stream. My name is Paul Berserker1 Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar theme to Twitch. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How doing? Welcome to the office hours. This is a lore and news stream where we can just talk about lore and some of the latest news. Yeah, talk mostly Star Citizen. So it's more of a kind of a Q&A session, all sorts of things. How's it going? It's going good. Have you heard the good news of of ISC. Teach us the mighty lore. Well, I will tell you all, my favorite bit of Star Citizen lore that's not in the game but is Stanton. Good EVA. It was really good. It's very good. We watched it earlier. A lot of cool stuff with this. But with Star Citizen lore, there are multiple criminal organizations that operate in the Stanton system. You have experienced 2 of them so far. They just added the Dusters, which, you know, are in the game from 3.22, and the Ninetails. There is also a loose criminal organization, which I call the Klim-Shah Par Syndicate, which runs most of the drug labs in Stanton. And those drug labs are also protected by the Ninetails, so they're kind of Ninetails affiliated. Then there's also a syndicate, a mafia, called the criminal syndicate called the Ottoni Syndicate, which has been setting up itself in the Stanton system, and its leader in the Stanton system is Ticia Pacheco, one of the mission givers. Then there is the Nova Riders, kind of a generic outlaw gang that's kind of everywhere. And lastly, there is the United Workers of Hurston, or UWH, who are a union that tried to unionize the Lorville workers and ended up supposedly hijacking a transport and throwing a bunch of people out of the transport while it was hovering over Lorville, and have been branded a terrorist organization by the UEE. So only 2 of those are in game. The rest of them are supposed to be in game at some point. So. Three. Ticia is technically in game, but we don't really see her kind of stuff. We don't really see her. The Ottoni Syndicate really isn't in there yet. Xenothreat is not a Stanton gang. Xenothreat is a pyro gang. That's what makes the invasion of Xenothreat such a weird occurrence, because they are the leaders, the rulers of Ruin Station, the main landing point of Pyro. And the fact that they've been sending assets into Stanton to try to overthrow Stanton is a weird move by Xenothreat. Lies taught you by your corporate overlords. Rise up. Yes. Yeah. In fact, Xenothreat is very powerful, but they're also hated. Most of the other gangs in Pyro do not like Xenothreat, because Xenothreat is explicitly political in that they have a political bent in terms of, like, they have goals, objectives with, like, dealing with the UEE, and they're also very, very, like, loud about it. And because they're super loud about it, they're gaining a lot of attention from the UEE. Whereas before, the UEE just didn't care a lot about Pyro because, yeah, it sucks, but it's not their problem. And now Xenothreat is making it their problem. So a lot more UEE presence is going in to deal with these problems. Plus you have things like the Citizens for Pyro who've started to form up, which is causing a lot of problems. So they messed up the good things. So we'll see how that goes. They're space racists. They hate all aliens. They also believe that the entire government is infected by or either aliens themselves or in bed with the aliens. They also believe that every corporation in the UEE is secretly owned and operated by aliens. They're conspiracy theorists. Yeah. Wasn't one of the leaders, wasn't one of the luxury Idris? There was that one, but it's not really, that was a like a web arms dealer who has the luxury Idris. They're spacious, yeah. Project Wadeen. That's definitely is that the Retribution, wasn't it? Will Xenothreat ever become a joinable faction? Probably when Pyro gets introduced, yes. Yeah, they're xenophobic. That's why they call themselves Xenothreat. Or Xenothreat. Or maybe they're the only ones who see what's going on. Wake up, sheeple. Oh, I guess that's where your smuggle people in and out of Lorville comes to play. Exactly, actually. I'm very much for helping the average person who wants to get out of their life labor contract with Hurston get out of Hurston. If they pay me. And the stolen super weapon. Yeah, that's the theory. The UEE built a super weapon, and once they built this planet cracking super weapon, magically they have this giant kingship killing ship that just shows up right after this is being tested. Coincidence? For anyone who doesn't know, there is no evidence of a stolen super weapon or a super weapon exists in the hands of the UEE, but there are theories and conjecture that it does exist. Not subtle, yeah. So, welcome everyone from Becky on Blast Stream. Welcome to the kind of the random roller coaster that is the office hours. That's how we do it. Yeah, the EVA stuff looks great. The only thing that I would keep in mind about EVA is that only one of 4 parts of the EVA system is going to be available in 3.23, at least is planned to, which is just instead of you kind of sort of like I don't even know what that word is. It's not fetal position, but it's like they give your legs up in space and that kind of stuff. Prone position. Well, now it's prone position, because before it was like a crouched position in space. So we're seeing the transition from the crouch position to a more prone position. So you're like Superman style or superhero style when you're flying, kind of stuff. The planet cracker is probably called the Kill Moon. Supine. Okay. I mean, the Retribution project was canceled too, right? It lost its funding. I don't know if it was canceled, but it was always, it was on the edge of being canceled when, Vega happened. Are there going to be any hospitable planets to release soon? Other than Pyro? No, not really. And there are hospitable planets on Pyro, but I don't know how hospitable it is when you get coronal mass ejection all over your body, like at any random point in your travel through Pyro. So yeah, so that's basically we're going to the new position for when you're going into EVA. That's what we're getting in 3.23, and the interaction system's cool, especially since everyone likes to keep saying PIPIS, because it's PIEPIS. Personal interaction. What's the E stand for? They said it a couple times, and then the personal interaction system. Experience, yes. It's a personal interaction experience and the personal interaction system. It's getting late and I'm so very sleepy. Bedtime story. And me with a quick rundown about the Blue Man of Hades. Ooh, we can do that real quick. Question: is landing another vessel when they are within 7 kilometers distance of a landing station / cities inside the ATC controlled area a violation of TOS? Not that I know of. but it should be a crime in game. Blue Man of Hades, a famous percussionist? No. Have I not told you this, Iris? Have you not heard about the Blue Man? So part of this whole conspiracy theory about the UEE having a planet killer, a planet-killing super weapon, comes from the Hades system. So the Hades system is a graveyard. 30,000 years ago, or something like that. It was a long time ago, either somewhere between 10 and 30,000 years ago. I'd have to look up the actual date. But well before humanity was spacefaring, a sentient species arose and began to colonize its system in what we know as the Hades system today. This species is known as the Hadesians today, but we don't know what their own name was because we can't translate their writing. They colonized their system, which included 4 planets, I think. Maybe 3 planets. And even terraformed planets, probably. And there are however, the last planet in the system is known as a half planet, because somehow they developed some sort of weapon or technology which literally shattered the planet. It's like ripped the planet in 2 pieces. They're still close together, but it cut the planet in 2. And either because of that or because of some sort of civil war within the Hadesian society, which is probably more like civil war. Maybe it was part of that. We don't know. We don't know a lot. The planets of the Hades system are dead. The Hadesians wiped themselves out using nuclear antimatter weapons, but they never discovered that they had a jump point. They never discovered jump point technology. So the Hades system is a graveyard. All of the planets are dead. They're shattered beyond pieces, and the remnants of their civilizations are strewn all over these planets. And Hades is effectively the ghost city or the ghost system of the Star Citizen universe. Because right when it was first discovered, a ship called the Vara was sent to kind of explore the Hades system, to kind of figure out what was going on and kind of learn a little bit more about the Hadesians. And when they got there, they reported back about everything. They had some check-ins, and then they disappeared. When they disappeared, other ships were dispatched to look for them. Not a single trace. There's not a single trace of the Vara anywhere in the system. No remnants, no wreckage, nothing. Not even any sort of trails they could find. It just vanished from existence. And there's folktales of the Vara still prowling the Hades system, where the Vara will come upon ships, disable those ships, and the ghosts of the Vara crew will board the ships and kill everyone on board. And the only way to placate the Vara, the crew of the Vara, is to dress up like the crew of the Vara so they don't know you're there. But they only go and attack ships at the anniversary of their disappearance, which is in October. Star Citizen's Halloween. And so that's where the kind of Day of the Vara comes from. Oh, thank you, Buster. There is someone, though, yes. Of course, Buster is, of course, referring to Vanifica, the only survivor of the Vara. Vanifica entered the chat. So that's just one story. There's so many there's stories of ghost cruisers that prowl the area, but there is one story of a cryptid. Star Citizen is a cryptid, called the Blue Man. Now, the Blue Man is a bipedal humanoid-shaped creature which will show up on passing ships. Like, people have seen them just appear in their cargo bays and then disappear. They've seen them on the surface of the different planets. And the thing about the Blue Man is that every single species that has traveled through the Hadesian system, Tavarans, Banu, Xi'an, and humanity, have all reported sightings of the Blue Man. They all have different names for them, but the Blue Man. And the creepy thing about the Blue Man is that the Blue Man is humanoid. Hadesians were not humanoid. They were spider-like. So it's not a Hadesian. That proto-molecule ship demon, a protocol molecule ship demon from The Expanse. Yeah. We don't know. A lot of people say it's a ghost story. Hades is a creepy system. People just get their nerves racked up and they see stuff off the corner of their eye, and then, mass hysteria. Other people swear by their experiences.
Hey, a tip!
Lunam, super chatted $7.44. For sticking around longer, I'll tip the bartender.
Thank you so much for that $10 there, Luna. It's your quantum soul that you use for regen. Yes. Just rebuilding himself after a new timeline after a few centuries from Dr. Manhattan. Yeah. We have tales of the Blue Man, so. Seriously though, maybe it was like the VAR was a quantum accident. He was like the engineer. Who knows? But it's such an interesting story that when Star Citizen actually gets the Hades in the game, that's one of those things that should be a random event where you just see the Blue Man show up on your ship. Captain Sheridan, I get that reference. Radar Echo. Humanoid was lost in the interdimension, phasing in and out of dimension. Wasn't there a DS9 episode about that too? Not the one. Not the one. It's like a pretty famous one about Cisco getting caught in a warp core accident and jumping through time. There's absolutely several Trek episodes like that. Yeah, there was also there's the one with Cass and Voyager. I want to say there's something like that with DS9 with the Next Generation too. And Jake brings it back. Such a sad episode. Yeah. And Lazarus and TOS, kind of. Yeah. But do we know if these Blue Man sightings all occurred before each group talked to each other about it? We don't, but we do know that it's popular now, so people who were reporting it now, it's, But it's creepy because it's every single species who's flown by Hades, thrown through Hades, has seen it. And here's the thing. Hades is a major shipping route. It has connections to lots of parts of the Empire. So the actual jump points are really far out of the system, so you can go from one point to another without ever actually going into where the planets are. But it's like driving by a graveyard. It's like you can see the headstones. That those planets, you can see the cracked planet, you can see all of the stuff. So even if you're just a trucker, you're just like, fuck that, fuck all of that. I'm not going that direction. Imagine Venefica leading a blue spooky ghost tour through Hades. A blue man spooky ghost. I'd love that. That'd be great. Igor quietly robs everyone the whole time. So hopefully you enjoy a good ghost story. I just like those sorts of stories, and I want more of those sorts of stories in Star Citizen because they're always nice, you know. There's the tale of the perpetually lost
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Where a guy kept getting SOS messages. A guy disappeared, and his SOS messages keep showing up at random points in the same system, years after he should have died. I don't think anyone has gotten a good look at the Blue Man. I think it's just humanoid shaped is the best we've got, because it's one of those things where you glance and you look and you see a blue glowing form and then it disappears. Like, we're talking seconds of contact, maybe milliseconds of contact. My guess is based off of, let me look up the Blue Man. Look up the actual story. I like how you say Blue Man, Star Citizen. The first thing is my freaking video on it. Okay, it's known as the Hades Cryptid. Travelers in the system often swear it's haunted. Also known as Hades Satan, Tobias, and Thanatos. Mysterious Hades cryptid has been reported sightings over the years by humans, Banu, and Xi'an. The creature has been described as lacking skin with blue veins and blue musculature visible on the being's surface. However, if someone tries to get a good look at it, it vanishes. And here's a tale from Eli Thorne. I put my ship on automatic, bearing for Hades 3, and then climbed down to the mid-deck. As I stepped towards the hold, I caught sight of something in the darkness. I couldn't say if it was even human, but humanoid at least. I had an immediate impression of a body with exposed musculature covered in blue-hued veins. It turned to look right at me, and my ship suddenly rocked. It was gone. And when my ship suddenly rocked, it was gone. It was a nanosecond of an encounter, but I was left with a terrible sense of presence. It was as if though I'd seen something my mind couldn't understand. The feeling never passed. I sold the ship when I got home. It didn't feel like mine anymore. It has no skin. Huh, neat. Yeah. It's called the Hades Cryptid, but is its official name. But it's also known as the Blue Man. Because Androck is right. It belongs to the Blue Man now. So the other thing about Hades is that something blew up that planet. Something racked that planet in two. And so everyone from Kastak to Bering have sent, and Hearst and Dynamics, have sent archaeology teams to learn more about this lost civilization. And it just so happens that they're all funded by weapons companies. I sold the ship. It didn't feel like mine anymore. The story got creepy at that point for me. Yeah. Can you imagine something that makes you feel like that? Like you don't belong in the ship that you own? I propose a variation of Operation Pitchfork with a Ghostbusters twist. And totally not how lore makes its money. Don't ask these questions, Drakey. You don't ask questions that you don't want to get answers for. Blue Bandit Spirit is like, look at me, I am the captain now. Operation Ghostbuster. Necrons? I mean, could be. If Necrons were crossed with the loons from Age of Sigmar. So, to connect all of this back to the game, we actually have pieces of Hadesian technology in game right now. When you find relics in the game, the things that are called the relics or artifacts, like small, medium, and large artifacts, those are Hadesian artifacts. And the growing theory from lore, the League of Relic Enthusiasts, is that these are parts, must be parts of either the super weapon that destroyed the planet or just toilet seats. They're very, very common, so they could just be heated toilet seats. We have 200 people here. 185. This is a great channel for only 200. Imagine doing all that archaeology just to find out you've been collecting bidets. Listen, I know of enough archaeologists who, if they could collect that many bidets from an ancient lost civilization, they would lose their fucking mind. Bidesians. Thank you, Alwalk. But then to connect this back to that whole story we were talking about before, the conspiracy theory that I have is that they found the super weapon and they tested it in Odin. And after they tested it in Odin, because there was actually photographic evidence of such a test, they installed it in the Retribution. And so the Retribution does have other weaponry, but it has a last line of defense in the sense of, like, it has a weapon designed to one-shot a kingship, which is a Hadesian planet cracker. We as the humanity have harnessed the power of the blue man. That's my current running theory. Planet King seems a bit OP for a 1 kilometer ship. Yeah. But I didn't say the Retribution is going to survive all of Squadron 42. Yeah, it's 3 kilometers. Still, it's pretty small compared to, like, the Death Star. Okay, we'll do one more story before you kids have to go to bed. The Ark is pretty interesting because the Ark was a project created after the fall of the Mezzers. So, in the system where the Ark resides, there was a project called Project Vespa. Project Vespa. It's not human tech, the planet cracker. No, it's not. But I mean, I think that they've harnessed that planet tech and then and installed it into the retribution. Project Vespa was its peak Mezzer. Its absolute peak Mezzer. So, one of the things that, was common at the end of World War II was the Nazis really did try anything and everything to find their wonder weapons. And their wonder weapons usually weren't, like, really good weapons, but they were just, like, the most outlandish shit you can imagine. V2s, giant tanks, jet planes. The problem being, obviously, that they're usually decent technology, but completely not fit for, like, or developed and without the resources that really needed to make those actually function. So they're mostly just terror weapons or one-offs. They weren't very effective in stopping the Allied advance. They're neat, but that was it. Most of them were dead-end technologies. And the CIG has really kind of adapted a lot of those ideas into the Mezzers. So, like, the Mezzers, as the further you go along, the Mezzers start to develop more of these sorts of outlandish technologies, which are designed to keep them in power, but are insane and would never work. So, like, what Project Vespa was an attempt to weaponize terraforming. So it was to take terraforming technology and turn it into a weapon. The problem is that terraforming takes like a decade to function with multiple terraforming beams, like terraforming lasers or atmospheric processors. There's a lot of different technologies involved which require precise calibration to work for a specific planet. And what the Mezzers wanted was that, but miniaturized and as a super weapon. Needless to say, it didn't fucking work. It was a giant money pit that they threw money into and never, like, and they hired a dude who was very, very, like, good at that sort of thing. And he agreed to do it. And the theory is that he kept the project going and intentionally sabotaged it because he wanted to, like, waste the Mezzers' money. Or he's incompetent. One of the two. He's either a hero or an idiot. So why do I bring this up? Because Project Vespa left a shit ton of terraforming stuff strewn around the system that it was in.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
just resubscribed for 14 months. Multibox SUBBBBING.
Thank you so much for that 14 months of support there, Al Walker. You're a very important public, very impressive officer, very new pedestrian. This is your fault. The reason we're going to trust and choose and check. Trust and choose. So, as a result, terraforming platforms were all over the system, but there was no real use for them. The thing about terraforming platforms is that they're bespoke. They have to be built in system. You can't like transport them. So they had no idea what to do with this technology. But one of the ideas, which was one of the kind of senators, and I think was a close advisor to the first new imperator for the new UEE, they had this idea of doing a giant cooperative library. They wanted to create a giant floating station that would be able to travel around the galaxy and spread knowledge wherever it is. And the idea was that this station would be filled with knowledge of all of humanity and any of the alien species that wanted to. An archive of peace. And it was called the ARC Project. And so they came upon Project Vespa, and it became the perfect tool because they could take all of these weapons of war and literally, turn swords into plowshares. They're literally dismantling these weapons of war and using that resources to build the ARC station. And Babylon 5? Yeah, no, it's Babylon 5. The ARC is Babylon 5. It was supposed to be a place where you had diplomats from all of the different species would live there, and they would use it to negotiate peace, and you'd have people could negotiate business deals there. It was supposed to be neutral ground for all who would come there, and it would also be a repository of all of the collected information of all humanity. So it's Babylon 5 meets the Library of Alexandria. And it took a while, but it eventually was built, and the man who's the brainchild behind it was elected imperator. So when he became imperator, he actually opened the ARC officially. And now the thing about the ARC is that the ARC isn't owned by anyone. It's funded by the UEE, but it's a private institution. And while it was originally designed to travel around the galaxy, it's never actually left its original system because it's just very expensive to move. It could travel through jump points. It just doesn't. Because it's too expensive to kind of go where it needs to go. And while it never really became the kind of the galactic UN that it was planning on being, it is a giant repository of knowledge. And people who work as archivists in the ARC project have helped piece together and update the star map. The ARC star map that we have in game is built by the ARC project. And it's free for anyone to use, and it takes in new information all the time. ICC Stellar Surveyors often update them. And the result of the ARC star map itself is actually the most complete star map that has ever existed in human history. Because before the ARC was built, star maps were piecemeal. You could get a star map of a system that would be sold by that system's government, but you really wouldn't see, you'd have to kind of put together all these different maps to make a full map. And the ARC's, the star map project that they put together was designed as a way of unifying all this information and collecting all this data and putting it into one single source that everyone could get at. That's also where the Galactopedia comes from. The Galactopedia is also run by the ARC team. So it's the Galactopedia and the star map both are kind of projects of the ARC. Like the post office, kind of, but there's a lot more, like the US has a lot more control over the USPS than the UEE has over the ARC. The ARC is literally independent. Like they do not respond to the Senate. The Senate and the Imperator do not have control over the ARC, other than the fact that the ARC is in UEE space, but the ARC as an organization is completely independent, and the UEE is forced to fund them no matter what. They have to pass a law to defund them. And that would be political suicide, considering what the ARC has done. So, yeah. there's the Ark. Neato, yeah. I'm gonna look up the system where the Ark is. It's in... in the TIAC system. It's around TIAC 1. It was created by Marshall Leon, who was the... it was a senator and an advisor to... I don't know. He was a secretary. He was the diplomatic secretary to Aaron Toy, the first new UE imperator. Yeah. So he named this project the Ark after the ancient story about a seafaring ship that saved both humans and the animals of Earth in a massive flood. As Secretary Leon remarked during his initial speech before the Senate in the early 2794, much like its namesake, this Ark will be a manifestation of one of humanity's greatest strengths: empathy. A trait that has sadly not been seen in our government for far too long. The bill was put forth to request funds to construct an orbital platform with the dream that it would not be bound by any one location, species, or government. It would travel between the systems of all species to promote and share universal knowledge while also providing a neutral, safe space for diplomatic discussions. Secretary Leon was convinced that the future of the UEE depended on two things: access to information and stable relations with other species. Secretary Leon often said during debates over funding of the Ark, humanity is better off with friends instead of enemies. Eventually, he became... he was the second imperator after Imperator Toy. He won the election for the imperatorship in 2800. So he served from 2800 to 2010 and 2810. And he was actually presided over the inaugural launch of the Ark. So Nick is here. He's Canadian. Synth World, not much. Lastly, to this day, it collects and analyzes an awesome amount of information sent from explorers, researchers, scientists, and everyday people for possible inclusion in the Galactopedia. The Ark also works hand in hand with a variety of prominent universities and research institutions to verify information, and even funds projects to help expand what's already known. Among archivists and researchers, there is no job more coveted than a position in curating a portion of the deluge of data submitted to the Ark. The crown jewel of the Ark's operations is the Star Map. The essential resource of interstellar navigation is the de facto authority on what can be found in the midst of the great black expanse. It provides an object's location, historical context, and data on a variety of related topics. Constantly updated thanks to the contributions of hardworking stellar cartographers and explorers, the map reflects an ever-expanding boundary of our universe and our understanding of it. Synth World is just Waka's home planet. Yeah. Thank you, Luna. All right, y'all. It is 11 o'clock my time. We've been streaming for 4 hours. I love that. Thank you for all of the raids from all of you wonderful folks for coming in. Thank you for the raids from... Let me see who else we got. We got Becky on Blast, Soul Citizens, Loken, and Hunter Wild. You were all very important pubbers. You all rock. Thank you so much for hanging out. And yeah, I will see you on Saturday, a little earlier on Saturday. And keep an eye out for this weekend because I'm going to be releasing a video, a Squadron 42 lore video on the structure of the UEE Navy, kind of a basic primer on the UEE Navy. And I will be releasing a I've also got a bunch of stuff I got to record, which I'll be doing tomorrow, and then send that off to my editor, Uri, who will put some pieces together and stuff like that. So yeah, we're going to have a lot of information coming out. Next week, I'm going to release a video on the lore behind Helldivers, which I'll release on Wednesday. So you'll see some like new information about Helldivers if you're interested in Helldivers 2, which is coming out this next Thursday, and I will be streaming it on Friday pretty much all day. So check that out. And yeah, as always, thank you for watching, and like I always say, hope to see you someday in the black.